Doug.
Are you here for Tracy?
We're here for everyone. Limo and I help people save hundreds by customizing car insurance with Liberty Mutual.
You to share it on your social media. Seriously, I know why they're doing this now. It's the summer. It's the end of July. If you're in America, it's like peak vacation season. People aren't paying attention, but I'm asking you, if you don't watch any of my other videos today, I guess I wouldn't know if you didn't watch this one, but this one needs your interaction, needs you to leave a like on it, needs you to share it on your social media. This is important. YouTube has now been thrown into, and I assume every other video platform has been now thrown into the list of applications that will be banned for anyone under the age of 16. Now you might think, well, who cares? You know, I think social media is bad for young people, and I agree with you. I think, however, this needs to be mitigated, litigated, enacted in the household by the parents, not the government. And what's happening is in 3 different nations right now, Australia, kind of the tip of the spear. What's happening in Australia right now, you can expect to be in Europe in a month or 2, and then in the United States in 6 months. There are varying forms of each bill in each nation that I need to go through, because this is how the government is going to enact digital ID and ultimately social credit score. If you don't think that's how it is, please give me 12 minutes of your time to explain. First, YouTube has now been included in Australia's teen social media ban. Now you might be thinking, well, I don't live in Australia. Why do I care? Well, because it's the exact same legislation that's going on in the UK and Europe with the Online Safety Act, and in the United States with the Kids Online Safety Act, known as COSA. All of this stuff is going on at the same time right now, globally. And when you start enacting, you're having big tech, have people's identifications to prove your ID, prove your age. We just saw that one app that got exposed with, 70,000 driver's license or whatever like that getting put out there. This is huge. Remember, COSA's right here in America. Same thing. Reject online censorship. Tell lawmakers to oppose COSA. COSA won't make the kids safe. Instead, it puts your youth in danger by preventing them from accessing resources they need. Concern about young people's harm from big tech are valid and real, but enabling censorship that harms the most marginalized kids. Again, the left and right are working together on this, but the issue is the same. The COSA bill in the United States will allow the government to pressure social media platforms to erase content that could be deemed inappropriate for people under the age of 18. The problem is there's absolutely no consensus on what exactly is inappropriate for them. All across the country, we're seeing how lawmakers are going after young people's access to gender-affirming healthcare. No, I don't support any of that. Kids should not be going for that. But again, this is the left saying, but this is for LGBT. But on the right, you have to understand COSA as well. Look at Spotify right now. We need to check your age. To access certain contents on Spotify, we need to make sure you're 18 or older. One of the best accounts to follow is Reclaim the Net, because they're always on the first and foremost on that. 1 hour ago, France is criminally investigating X. Prosecutors want access to the platform's algorithm and real-time data, citing complaints about Musk's ownership and alleged bias for content mediation. Just yesterday, I talked about Jim Jordan, U.S. politician, talking about how the UK was trying to intimidate Rumble and say that they'll be watching them, that they want to comply with the Online Safety Act. This is bonkers. New internal emails reveal that Ofcom, Britain's media regulator, has been quietly pressuring US-based firms like Rumble and Reddit to obey the UK censorship law. I did a video on this yesterday. Nobody watched it. It bombed. It got like 30,000 views. No one cares. I'm imploring people to start caring. Here's what's going on in Australia. YouTube ban looms as Australia's woke chief censor gets her way. YouTube faces strict new age restrictions after being swept into Australia's looming social media crackdown by the e-safety commissioner. What does this mean? Well, now it means that the government will be working hand in hand with social media, not just YouTube, but X and Rumble and everything else, to tell people what they're allowed to see. Now, on top of that, how will they actually enforce this? Well, if you want to have access to the internet, you're going to have to give them your ID, your personal information. Now, big tech will be the gatekeeper of everything online, and we know just how honest and trustworthy big tech is. A dramatic policy reversal will now see YouTube included in Australia's upcoming ban on under 16s holding social media accounts, setting the stage for a potential high court showdown with Google, the Google-owned platform. Again, you hear Australia, you think, who cares? Haha, kangaroos and drop bears. But the reality is, this is the legislation that's setting the rules for what's happening right now in the UK and the United States. Communications Minister loser Anika Wells will officially unveil the decision today after receiving advice last month from the e-safety commissioner, shouldn't even be a role, recommending that YouTube be subject to the same restrictions as platforms like TikTok, Snapchat, and Instagram. Under the new rules, which come into effect this December, YouTube and other major platforms will be legally required to take reasonable steps to prevent persons under 16 from creating or holding an account. Logged out viewing will still be allowed, but users under 16 will be barred from uploading videos, posting comments, or receiving personalized content. Wells claims that the decision would help reduce the persuasive and pervasive influence that social media has over kids and provide peace of mind to parents. No, 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 no. What this is the government wants to raise your kids. It's bad enough when you have leftoids trying to trans your kids, but this is the government wants to raise your kids.
The Albanese government has announced it will include YouTube in its social media ban for under 16s. While the decision will be welcomed by many, it's a move that won't sit well with Google, which threatened to sue the government if its popular video platform was included in the ban. Despite a last-ditch attempt by Google to avoid it, the Prime Minister has confirmed YouTube will be subject to Australia's world-first under-16s social media ban.
Do you think, leave a like on the video right now, please, if you haven't yet, and please put this video on your Facebook, on your X account, share it. People need to wake up. They're doing this in the dead of summer while nobody's paying attention. I don't know what else I can do. Like, I'm literally going to do paid advertising of this video. But people need to understand what's happening. They're going to not only ban these things because the government wants to raise your kids, but the only way they're going to know if you're old enough is if you give them your ID, right? So now everybody's IDs can be stored in a central location. How convenient for the government. Now you might be saying, hey, I don't want to use the internet. Well, I guess you're probably not watching this video then. The government will store everybody's ID because they're going to need a central database, right? Then what happens? Well, that's the first step to digital ID. And you may not be a tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist like me, but if you look at nations like China, where they have a literal social credit score, what's that tied to? Your digital ID. Like places like China literally limit the hours you can play video games. They limit, if you've said something bad about the government, they'll limit your travel, right? Does that sound like the world you want to live in America or the UK or in Australia? This is the first step to that.
Platform joins the likes of Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok and X, which will be required to take responsible steps to prevent underage account holders onto their services. Failure to do so could result in fines of up to $49.5 million from December 10, which is when the social media minimum age law comes into effect. The decision to include YouTube has been
Also understand this. This affects people who want to browse anonymously, right? So now if you don't want the government to have your contact, you don't want to have, you don't want to give them your information, you have to access content on YouTube. They haven't mentioned Rumble yet, but let's assume Rumble's going to be part of this. If you're going to host video online, you're going to have to give your ID to watch it, and nobody's paying attention while they're doing this. Again, the UK has the Online Safety Act, the exact same thing. The United States has the Kids Online Safety Act. Go ahead and Google it. KOSA, K-O-S-A, right? The left and the right. What you need to know about the Kids Online Safety Act, where it currently stands. The Kids Online Safety Act will make the internet worse for everyone. Blumenthal's KOSA faced pushback from LGBTQ activists. Well, yeah, we know why they want the kids to get their information. KOSA's back. This is in June 4, and still controversial. They're trying to push this through because it is the vector of attack that gets them your identification, that gets them all of your information, that forces you to fill out, to give your ID to the government where, they can raise your kids and they can control what you can and can't see on the internet. Want to watch a new music video? Well, they have a curse word in it. So all the website platforms who host it say that you have to give them your ID to do so. We're already seeing Spotify. Just showed you Spotify's rolling this. This stuff is happening now. What can you do? Well, right now it's about raising awareness. The word needs to get out there that this stuff is happening, and people need to stop pshawing away the fact that it's in Australia and the UK, because I just showed you it's in the United States too. Once Australia gets this passed, and they will, because Australia is lost. Sorry, my Aussie viewers. We all saw during the COOF lockdowns how bad it is for freedom there. I will take 2 Aussies. They must be blonde and female and exclusively wear sundresses. But I will provide refuge to you here in Wisconsin. But there are no drop bears here. However, and by the way, that goes for the guys too. If you're willing to wear a sundress, welcome. In the UK and Australia, we see this, right? And in America, we're like, well, we got Trump in, so it's not going to be as bad. Well, KOSA is still getting, they've been trying to cram KOSA through since 2022. Okay. And 2000 and, just the other, Texas right now is enacting a social media ban. Oregon has already enacted a social media ban. But again, how do you enforce it? Well, you have to give the government your identification, which I strongly oppose, and I hope you do too. I hope you're informed by this video. I hope it wakes you up. And I hope that you subscribe or follow, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Oh, looks like you need a bearskin hoodie.
You need the bearskin.
Are we all part of some huge hi-fi conspiracy and not realize it? Speaker size. Speakers used to be huge.
These big 3-way 12-inch speaker systems.
Now they're small. I feel like a frog that's been in some warm water and it's been turned up 1 degree at a time, and now I'm boiling and I'm dying. They did it so slowly. So which one's right for you? The big ones or the small ones? And which one is better? Because you're gonna be surprised. Put on your weight belt.
There's no heavy lifting.
Pick up a giant tower speaker, because this is gonna get interesting.
Fancy a subwoofer, do you?
The 50s, when doctors recommended Camel cigarettes. I'm sorry, that joke, I did that joke in a previous video, but I think it's hilarious. So I'm doing it again. Back in the 50s, if you wanted a nice hi-fi setup, well, you didn't have a lot of choices. You were getting a speaker the size of a furniture, giant end table, or console stereo. And they weren't cheap. Klipsch horns were around then. Huge. However, in 1954, Edgar Vilcher, well, he changed everything. He invented acoustic suspension, which is a sealed enclosure, and it delivered real bass from a small size. Suddenly, you didn't need a refrigerator-sized speaker to get decent bass. But not to be outdone, somewhere across the pond, a British guy said, "Hold my..." Called the LS3/5A. Anyway, they used them in mobile broadcast vans, so they obviously couldn't have Klipschorns in there, even if they wanted them, but they used them to monitor audio, voices specifically. So, well, they are good at voices specifically. And in some people's opinion, they sounded fantastic, because they sold over 60,000 units, and everybody's knocking off the LS5A now, including other people. Meanwhile, I love saying meanwhile, in the US, Advent, EPI, and KLH were pushing affordable, space-saving speakers. And it made sense. A lot of people lived in small apartments. They deserved hi-fi too. There was also economic pressure. Not everybody had a whole bunch of extra money. Is that when the gas lines were?
Gas lines at many stations were a lot longer than normal.
I really think it's terrible.
There's no shortage. I don't believe there's a shortage.
Yes, end of the 70s. Because my Dodge Aspen RT is neutered. Had the clean burn system on a 360 V8 engine that made 120 horsepower or something like that.
Wow.
Anyway, I digress. And now, little speakers weren't just a novelty. They were hitting the mainstream. Guess what happened in the 1980s?
Here's the Radio Shack speaker sale you've been waiting for.
Mass production was happening. Guess what also happened at the end in 1978? The realistic minimus was introduced, and I have a pair of those. I had a pair of those growing up too, used of course. People put those things in Porsches and cars. Bookshelf speakers got more affordable than ever, and in 1982, Wharfedale introduced the Diamond. It was only 5 liters in size. Anyway, they made a big impact with a small woofer. And even college kids could afford decent small speakers. And you thought these speakers were small? Well, wait till we talk about what's next, because these things were the size of
Surround sound, HD TV compatible.
What is this, Bose? 5.1 Dolby.
surround sound became all the rage. And who wants 5 giant tower speakers in their living room? No one's got time for that. And oh yeah, Bose introduced Acoustimass. I think they did that in the late 80s. Acoustimass. Tiny little speakers. I actually had a set of those. Got them from the Navy PX. They came with a hidden bass module, which is a subwoofer.
Oh, bodacious subwoofers, yo!
But it actually didn't go down very low. Bose. No highs, no lows. Must be Bose. And the WAF factor? Off the charts. You couldn't walk into Circuit City or Best Buy and not see the Bose demo right up front. And when they were smaller than a cup of coffee, well, if you wanted new speakers, you're probably getting the Bose.
Meanwhile,
tower speakers had to go on Ozempic to stay relevant. They got smaller. And suddenly, it wasn't about high fidelity anymore. It was about trying to make the glass of your coffee shake when Jurassic Park came up. Obviously, tower speakers still exist, and we'll get to why later. However, bookshelf speakers kept getting better and better. They were tiny, but they still slapped you in the face like a longshoreman that you interrupted his lunch.
very.
And technology got way better. Beefier, better drivers. Small ones that could handle big bass. Ported speakers. And this time, instead of just drilling a hole in the back of the speaker, there was science involved. And those tower speakers, at least the affordable ones, kept getting smaller and smaller, like they were on Ozempic. I know I already said that joke, but I thought it was really clever, so I'm going to say it again. And if you think about big old ADS looked like back in the day, and what tower speakers, even the bigger tower speakers look like from Klipsch or ELAC, a lot different. But why, Randy? Well, I'm glad you asked.
Stereo outfit.
Screens and home theater. And instead of the focus being on the hi-fi system, the focus was now on how big your TV was. So the public hath spoken, and well, the speaker companies, well, they had to adapt. Another interesting thing was that amplifiers were getting more and more powerful. Back in the day, you had a 50-watt amplifier, you had a powerhouse. Now 50 watts was nothing. But if you have more power, well, then you can drive smaller speakers. And I know it sounds counterintuitive if you're new to the hobby, but a big speaker generally is more efficient, which means it plays louder at the same power than a small speaker. And driver technology got better. A 5-inch woofer could now move the same amount of air that an 8-inch woofer could. And because subwoofers were now somewhat mainstream because of Bose, well, the flex wasn't about your tower speakers anymore. It was about how big your subwoofer was. But here's the twist. It wasn't just about convenience. It wasn't about apartment size. And it wasn't even about watching the third re-release of the Star Wars trilogy.
Really? Star Wars?
It was about something else. And once again, we gotta go across the pond.
Anything smaller?
Money. Of course it was about money. Manufacturing shifted overseas. In the late 80s and 90s, stuff was being made in China, Taiwan, or Malaysia. And guess what? It took a while to get from China, Taiwan, or Malaysia back to the US. Polk Audio, Infinity, Boston Acoustics, JBL. One by one, they shut down US manufacturing plants. And by the early 2000s, everybody was manufacturing overseas, including Kef, Wharfdale, even Bowers & Wilkins. Shipping from China wasn't cheap. Also, retailers. More speakers, same amount of real estate, means everybody can walk out of Best Buy unless they got trampled trying to get a Cabbage Patch Kid previously during the day. So even if the companies didn't love it to begin with, well, they started to love it now because it was time to increase that margin. Now, it wasn't just about money. The speakers actually got a lot better. Manufacturers were making way more of them. They were figuring out port length. They were figuring out driver technology. You had new, stiffer, lighter materials like aluminum, Kevlar, woven cone fiber woofers. Crossovers improved. Things got cheaper. And with mass production, quality was consistent. So you had a shift starting all the way in the 50s. You had home theater hitting it. You had overseas manufacturing. You had retailers that loved the small speakers. It was a perfect storm for the death of the giant tower speaker. Brands was created in 2006. Armor Home is the company that owns them, and they saw a gap in the market, and that gap was affordable, high-quality bookshelf speakers, but also tower speakers. They started with the 1000 series, and then the, you guessed it, 2000 and 3000 series, and now we're at the 3000C series. And I've listened to all of them, old and new. They've had the same designer, Kieran Dunk, since day one. And they do have this kind of clean aesthetic, European aesthetic. They're real pretty and modern. And they really leaned into eliminating as much cabinet resonance as they could. They had point-to-point bracing, even like this gel inner Oreo style of a sandwiched enclosure. But it wasn't delicious Oreo filling. It was some type of hi-fi gel.
Yummy!
And, well, now the 3000C series has a bunch of trickle-down technology from the 5000 series, which had trickle-down technology from the Concept series. They started budget, but they've gone up market too. And today we're going to look at something kind of interesting. Their mid-tier 5000 series bookshelf speaker versus their affordable line, the new 3050C tower speaker. Now, if you want to skip over this section, I have everything time-stamped so you can just skip to the end of the tower versus bookshelf speaker debate. Conspiracy, propaganda, I'm just kidding. But I would stick around because these are really good speakers. 5020, a bookshelf speaker with a 5-inch woofer and a 1-inch tweeter. The 3050C, it's a tower speaker with two 5.5-inch woofers and one 1-inch tweeter. 5020 goes down to 53 Hertz on the bottom. 3050C goes down to 42 Hertz on the bottom. The 5020s are $900 a pair. The 3050Cs come in at a retail of $1,200 a pair, and they're sold as singles. So if you buy them, buy two, unless you love listening in mono. So for $300, well, you get a tower speaker that plays deeper. However, if you've watched the channel at all, you know I'm a big fan of bookshelf speakers paired up with a good sub. Because then you have a bunch of options. You can put the sub wherever you want, you can dial in levels, and there's more freedom to move around the bookshelves. But is there? Because by the time you put them on a stand, they're taking up about the same amount of floor space as a tower speaker would be taking up. Except you can't put a tower speaker on a media console. Well, you can, but it's going to look funny. The other thing is a tower speaker, you get what you get when it comes to bass. But with the 3050Cs, you are getting more output. You're also getting a much more efficient speaker. And again, efficiency is how loud a speaker plays at a given power rating. So the 5020s are 87.9 dB sensitive. The 3050Cs are 90 dB sensitive. And that 2 or 3 dB, well, it's more than you think it is. You also get more scale. Now, I don't listen at super loud volumes, so I love the 5020s because they live between 70 about 85 dB when it comes to how loud things are. But the 3050Cs will drop a hammer on your big toe and then you'll trip over a cinder block. It'll be a bad day because the 3050Cs are punching you in the face. But 3050Cs are 40 pounds. But if you're young and healthy and haven't had a hernia surgery, you can probably move them around. So I'm kind of on team bookshelves and sub. The problem is I'm kind of falling in love with the 3050Cs. Okay, let's just cut to the chase. The 3050Cs sound an awful like the 5040s, which is more expensive than the 3050Cs. Marginal improvement in clarity. I love the 5000 series. I love Q Acoustics, but the 5000 series was the first. It was the first speaker family that really clicked with me because I felt like the previous generations, the 3000i, the 3020s, all that stuff, I thought they were a little bit too neutral for me, not as dynamic. And man, oh man, the 5000 series has this organic, yummy, believable, but more importantly, dynamic sound. It gives you all the top-end clarity you need, but it's also kind of laid back, but it doesn't seem laid back when you listen to it. So anything's going to sound pretty good on the 5000 series, even poorly recorded music that I love to listen to. You're kind of splitting hairs. Now, the 5050s have a bit of a different sound. I actually enjoy the sound of the 5040s better than the 5050s. But the 3050Cs, are you confused yet? I know I am. I was told there would be no math. The 3050Cs actually remind me of the 5040s. And they're $300 cheaper than the 5040s. And what can you get with $300? Well, a subwoofer, or a new DAC, or a new CD player, or a new turntable, or a new streamer. You can get a lot of stuff for $300. If Q Acoustics had a problem, it's Q Acoustics and the 3050C. And here's the funny thing. My wife doesn't love big speakers, but she likes these speakers because they're curvy and not brutal, sharp-edged monstrosities. They're also not picky about amps at all. I've had everything powering it. The Weem Vibe Link amp, the Weem Amp Ultra, the Emotiva TA2, the Iota VX stuff that I've had in, the Cambridge Audio Evo 150, the RuArc R610, all have powered the Q Acoustics 3050Cs. And they're kind of the same, except, I mean, the Evo 150 did sound quite a bit different. But these speakers are putting their own flavor onto the music, and that flavor is yummy. Some speakers that I've listened to absolutely take on the sound of the amp. You may like that, but if you don't have a great amp, then, well, you want the speakers to kind of cover up a little bit of sins. They remind me of the Sonus Faber Lumina 2 Amateurs, but bigger and louder, dare I say, better. And cheaper. Bottom line, it's kind of the Goldilocks of tower speakers. Not too big, not too small, not too bright, not too flat, just right. This is a giant leap from the previous 3000 series and half a stumble away from the 5000 series. Everything from TV, and last night I watched K-pop Demon Hunters with my daughter on Netflix. It was actually really good. Fun little animated movie. It's about demon hunters that are pop stars. Money for Nothing is a fun song to test the speaker's dynamics. And you know that song. Everybody knows that song. But it just builds and builds and builds. And it fakes you into turning things up. And these things were, I think these things hit 97 dB peak. Chris Cornell, his cover of Patience, that's a little grainy, the way that it was recorded. That track doesn't sound so good on some speakers. But the 3050C is laid back just enough to take those sharp edges off. And Chris Cornell never sounded better. So, which speaker is right for you? A tower speaker or a bookshelf speaker? Ubiquitous. I'm not saying they're not as popular. For most people though that are just getting into hi-fi, they're generally not running out and buying a floor standing speaker. And the real irony is that even the floor standing speakers that exist today, well, they don't go down that much lower than a good bookshelf. So if you want to hear the pipe organ, you're still going to have to buy a subwoofer unless it's a full range speaker, and hardly anybody makes affordable full range speakers anymore.
Meanwhile,
it's still about money. And the weird thing was, when I first started the channel and I was going through bookshelves like crazy, I would have to weigh myself and then hold the speaker and weigh myself and the speaker. And almost invariably, they were all 39 pounds. So there was some type of shipping cost cutoff at 40 pounds because these speakers boxed up, it's statistical improbability that so many of them would weigh 39 pounds. So there's obviously a financial component to all this.
One more thing.
Oh, I also forgot to mention mastering studios. They're all using small speakers, those white Yamahas. So a lot of stuff today, especially popular music, is being mastered on small speakers because if it sounds good on a small speaker, it's probably going to sound good on a big speaker too. The good news is that even though speakers went from the size of a refrigerator to the size of a lunchbox, they all sound good, most of them. If you're after that really visceral experience, there's no replacement for displacement. Unless you have a 1979 Dodge Aspen RT with a 360 cubic inch engine that puts out 175 horsepower. And if you get a good pair of bookshelf speakers and a sub, that's tough to beat. When you hear a floor standing speaker like the 3050C or the 5040s, I don't know what it is. I mean, I don't like to fuss around with it. I'm such a lazy audiophile. I don't like to futz around with a subwoofer. It's just easy because every time I change speakers, I've got to redial in the subwoofer. It's a whole deal. And it's just nice to throw up a pair of floor standing speakers that sound awesome and be done with it, even if they do need a sub. But the music I listen to, I never felt like I needed a sub. The other thing about, if you're my age, a little bit older, tower speakers were the thing. I had a buddy. He had Sherwin Vegas. I had Realistic Minimus. And guess whose speaker we listened to? Well, granted, his speaker sounded way better than my Minimus did. It wasn't necessarily about the sound. It was about the aspiration to have a large speaker. And I think subconsciously, that's still in a lot of us. We just think bigger is better. Is it? Well, it depends on you, depends on your room, depends on your budget. But the good news is you could spend $1,500 on a pair of Sonus Faber Lumina 2 Amateurs, $900 on a pair of Q Acoustics 5020, or $1,200 on a pair of Q Acoustics 3050Cs. And I hate to say it, but I'm choosing the 3050Cs.
Insurance companies don't want you to know this. Homeowners, if your insurance rates keep going up like mine, then you need to follow this loophole
While certain communities are obsessed with hardening devices like phones, the most common privacy threats are actually pretty obvious and doesn't require much for an attacker to utilize, nor are any particular devices immune. In some cases, it can be done via someone physically inserting this surveillance bomb on your device. In other cases, your soulless story and you self-hack for the attacker. But this surveillance trick is different because it is very quiet. There's the nastier method, which is a government requiring you to install some app, and that app is then silently inserting the little bomb that allows the surveillance. And even if you remove the app, the little bomb remains. In this video, I'm going to tell you what this surveillance bomb is and how this actually cancels out the protections of any device, whether it's a computer or a phone, hardened or not. You are not exempt. The whole problem is based on the trust model of the internet. You all assume that when big tech says your internet is secure, you believe it. But unfortunately, it is based on a concept of a hierarchy of trust that is easily broken. The biggest sources of this threat are corporations, definitely governments, and entities that can force you to install things on your phone. Dropping this surveillance bomb on your phone is done in an obvious way by oppressive governments. But fear not, your presumed free nation is doing it too, though in surreptitious ways. You really need to be aware of this threat, and it is not an easy one to detect. Stay right there. The whole internet security model today is based on something called the PKI, or Public Key Infrastructure. And while that all sounds good when explained to you in theory, today I will tell you why this particular infrastructure actually is being abused for mass surveillance purposes. Unfortunately, this is the security model of basically every internet transaction today, and there have been many incidences of discovered security breaches using the flaws of this particular architecture. Any cybersecurity person is already aware of this particular flaw and actually utilizes it to watch traffic on devices they want to monitor. But unfortunately, the hackers also know this technique and uses this to perform a man-in-the-middle attack. But the worst offenders of this are actually governments, because they can set rules that render any internet encryption that uses this PKI infrastructure null and void. The PKI model. The public key infrastructure is a security model that has built-in pieces to make it work as a tool to encrypt traffic on the internet. I will just keep the explanation brief, and you can read up on these terms separately if you wish. The main concept of security, which is now called TLS, or Transport Layer Security, is based on the mathematics of using a public key to perform an encryption. The actual mechanics of this encryption is based on a mathematical formula, which we don't need to get into. The point, though, is that it is standardized, but the public key is the input into the formula. A public key looks like this. A public key is not a secret, and when you go to any website or any site that wants to perform TLS encryption, the public key is openly provided. It is in fact part of the normal handshaking now between internet devices to initiate encryption. So public keys are used to encrypt, but to decrypt you must have the private key. This is an important point. Again, there's a standard formula used, and the input to decryption is the private key. The result will be plain text of the original message. Now, to make it absolutely clear, a person that has a private key can decrypt any traffic encrypted with its matching public key. The internet is very complex, and it's basically made to self-run, so to speak. So way back when Mozilla first invented this infrastructure, they called this SSL, or Secure Sockets Layer. Certificate authorities. Having keys isn't enough here. There had to be a distribution system to make sure that anyone can obtain a pair of keys, public plus private. And since the internet is huge, the way this was organized was through centralized entities called certificate authorities, or CA. Then to spread the load, each CA subordinates the authority to other organizations called intermediate certificate authorities. These intermediate CAs are responsible for distributing or basically selling certificates to any entity that wants them. Now, to ensure that each CA is on the up and up, there's a financial bond, so to speak, attached to any entity that wishes to function as a CA. In the security world, they're equivalent of a bank, and they report to the next CA up the chain, all the way to the very top or root level, which is like a central bank. The lower level CAs are typically responsible for distributing TLS certificates for domains. Some of these you pay for, and some are offered free, like the ones from Let's Encrypt, which is what I used. Back in the old days, the original root certificate authority was VeriSign, and this was later sold to Symantec. There's a big Symantec story coming up here, so remember this. VeriSign, being the central bank of certificates, was able to issue root certificates. Root certificates basically empower its holder the ability to create a certificate for any domain it wishes. So obviously this is tightly controlled so that only entities verified to own a domain may get a certificate for it. When a public key is used on the internet, browsers will not just use the public key to encrypt, but they will follow the chain of distribution of certificates until they encounter the root certificate, which validates that domain's public key. That root certificate's public key is stored on your device. If the public key is not verified to come from a valid CA, then your browser will give an error message. This prevents someone from using just any fake public and private keys and ensures that the domain is who it claims it is. So in action, this means that if you go to Microsoft.com, the public key that you encounter on the website, www.microsoft.com, is validated against the root certificate to ensure that it is in fact trusted and does not come from a rogue source. Root certificates on devices. In order for all this to work, your devices need to have root certificates already in place. This is typically the job of the operating system, meaning iOS, macOS, Android, Windows, and Linux, to make sure that the official root certificates are on your device. This ensures that your internet sites can be validated. If you have very old devices that have not been updated, you will find that they may not have up-to-date certificates, and thus you are not able to have any encryption on some domains. This all depends on the dates the root certificates expire. Let's now introduce the problem. Now that we understand the basics here, hopefully, let me tell you some of the problems, and I'll give you real-life examples. One of the problems is that there is really no control over who can install a root certificate on your device. Again, every cybersecurity person understands this. So to analyze network traffic, an ethical hacker will install a fake root certificate on the device. And since they have the private key, they can then create fake certificates for any domain they wish. This is all automated, of course. If they want to intercept traffic going to google.com, they can create a fake website called google.com, and the certificate will be validated by the fake root certificate. And now the ethical hacker can read the traffic in plain text using a technique called a proxy. Then the traffic is forwarded to the real website, but it was read completely beforehand. Again, note that the main tool here was to insert a root certificate on your computer. This is very easy to do. In Windows, it involves writing to the registry. In Linux-like systems like iOS, macOS, Android, it just involves copying the certificate file to the appropriate directory on the machine. For example, here's the contents of the certificate folder on Linux. And here's one with a nice UI using my Brax 3 phone. Dropping the bomb. Inserting root certificates is pretty simple, and after it's done, no further action is necessary on the device. It's a one-time act. In some countries, some apps are required to access government services or banking services. For example, there's China's WeChat app, which is also the common payment method there. An app like that, which is government controlled, could very easily insert a root certificate on the device. I've talked to some people from Russia, for example, and when installing some Russian apps, they've noticed particular root certificates appearing on their device. A new possible source is the new Max Messenger app in Russia or the VX app, which are used specifically in Russia. I can't tell you the specific apps that you need to worry about because there are too many possibilities. The point is that since it is very easy to do, I don't doubt that it is done. Of course, it can be passed to you as a hack attack by having you click on some email and that initiates a script to install a root certificate. Or it can be something your corporate IT department will tell you to click on an email so that your computer is able to access the corporate network. All these techniques result in just installing a fake root certificate. A little history of evil. To show you this in action, let me introduce you to this old story. It's quite a saga, actually. It involves a company called Symantec, which is now broken up in little pieces and no longer exists. Symantec back in the day bought VeriSign. And again, to refresh your memory, VeriSign was basically the top root CA of the entire public key infrastructure. VeriSign could validate any intermediate CA. Symantec then expanded and bought the surveillance company Blue Coat Systems. It was such a huge deal that the CEO of Blue Coat Systems actually became the CEO of the entire Symantec. Symantec also owned Norton Antivirus, of course, and then proceeded to also buy LifeLock, some scammy identity protection service. Today, the company is now called Norton, and LifeLock has now been integrated into the product line together with the antivirus. By the way, to emphasize the manipulation of information here, Symantec does not even come up on Wikipedia anymore. This is the way they change the story and wipe it from history, like in the book 1984. But we will be sure to counter that by revealing the truth right here. Just to give you some background, Blue Coat Systems was a surveillance system company. It made hardware used to basically break internet encryption and allowed mass surveillance of the entity where it is installed. It was used for mass surveillance by countries in the Middle East, which I will not name, and it is also used by corporations. The way they did their surveillance at the time was very simple. Since Blue Coat Systems was owned by Symantec and the root CA VeriSign was owned by Symantec, then VeriSign granted Blue Coat Systems an intermediate CA authority, which meant that the surveillance division could create any domain certificate it wanted. And it would always be valid since it is signed by the official VeriSign top level root certificate, which is on every single computer in the world. Well, this enabled Blue Coat Systems to basically spy on any internet traffic anywhere. Since it created the fake domain certificate, it had the fake domain private key and could decrypt any domain, any. And no one needed to install a fake root certificate. By hacking the root CA VeriSign, they basically inserted themselves in every computer in the world. Well, the evildoers got caught. The hero here, surprisingly, is Google. Google suspected the possibility of intermediate CAs issuing fake Google certificates, and if I recall correctly, some CA in China was caught doing this and was delisted as a CA. Google spots this by a technique called certificate pinning. They make sure that Chrome knows the valid certificates that Google has, and Chrome checks the signatures of all reported certificates by that browser. Then if the signature doesn't match what Chrome has pinned on its imaginary wall, it shouts an alarm to Google. Google discovered this and then publicly accused Symantec of evil doing. Then Google gave a date after which all certificates issued by Symantec, including VeriSign, would be banned by Chrome. Seeing the evil here, Apple, Microsoft, and Firefox all updated their browsers to do the same thing to ban Symantec certificates. Symantec had no choice. Basically, it killed VeriSign and, of course, ruined the reputation of the company. Hiding this information from shareholders, Symantec had a fire sale and sold off VeriSign to DigiCert for basically nothing. Blue Coat Systems was included in an enterprise division, and that was sold to Broadcom. And so Symantec was left with just Norton and LifeLock and is still scamming you every day with these products. Moral of the story. The moral of the story is that we assume that certificate authorities, and the whole infrastructure is bulletproof. I wrote a little plan long ago on how to solve this by having a public blockchain that recorded all certificates issued so it's immutable and can only be used once. But of course, who will listen to me? I'm just that guy who's the archenemy of the graphene community, therefore I must know nothing. This is a bigger problem though. Even legit organizations can decrypt certificates if they have the private key. Private keys can be stolen. Some insider at some company could copy the private key and bring it to a 3-letter agency. Some 3-letter agency could pay an entity to get a copy of the private key. So we have a double problem. We have the problem of A, legitimate private keys being stolen, or B, fake root certificates with fake keys. Avast antivirus. If you want to see the fake root certificate problem in action live, I'll give you an example process. I want you to install the Avast antivirus app on a PC. Now look at your root certificates and you will notice that Avast root certificate, which is fake, is now installed on there. Avast is not an official CA, so this is fake. This now allows Avast to watch your internet traffic, and their reasoning is that this is used to identify phishing attacks. Be that as it may, be aware that from here on, anyone in possession of the Avast private key can create fake certificates for any domain. This exercise should show you that all it takes is for an app to quietly install a root certificate like Avast, and instead of intercepting the traffic on device as Avast claims to do, the traffic can be captured at some proxy server like some Apple Internet Relay, as a theoretical, and then all the traffic can be scanned. The problem here is that for governments and corporations, there is no incentive to actually fix this, as corporate surveillance systems allow the IT department to scan the traffic inside a corporate network. And governments certainly want this capability to continue to be available. It is a surveillance boon for them. Defensive techniques, detecting an MITM. I wrote an app for Android many years ago, and frankly, it has not been updated in a long time, but it still works. It is called Catch Man in the Middle. It is used to detect a man in the middle, meaning it can detect if the certificate is potentially not original, which indicates some entity scanning your network. There are a few exceptions now where this might give a spurious result, and mostly it applies to google.com, so this is likely not a good domain to check. Anyway, I loaded the app on my Brax 3 phone. I downloaded the app from Aurora Store in my case. I don't know if Google Play still distributes the app, but you can get it on apkpure.com as well. So just to demonstrate this, let's try by typing the domain Braxme. Let's see what it says. And you will see here that it turns out to be clean. Now let's try it with google.com. This is an example of a site that does not work with this app, so it will give you a warning. Let's try it out first, and I'll discuss how it actually works and why it doesn't work here. As you can see here, it gives an alert that there's a man in the middle. The way this app works, it compares the certificate of the website as seen by your device, and then it connects to our server, and the server looks at the same website and looks at the certificate as well. Then the two certificates are compared, and if they do not match exactly, then this error comes up. The reason this doesn't work for Google is that they've tricked their systems to use multiple google.com certificates. Google is its own intermediate CA, so they can do this. So what happens is that since multiple certificates exist instead of a single one, then our solution here will likely not find the same exact certificate. A place like Google has many thousands of servers, so this is likely a security measure, since some employee with access could copy a private key. Now, a man-in-the-middle attack is typically global and affects all sites. So searching for a site like Braxme or a bank is good enough to know that there is no mass surveillance being conducted in between networks. Each certificate has a unique digital fingerprint, and that's what we are comparing here. If both your site and our site is clean, then the fingerprints should match as I show here. Now, just because this doesn't show a problem doesn't mean there's no problem. That's because the man-in-the-middle proxy may not always be in operation. That's the problem here. The interception can be turned on and off by the operator. And remember that the interception point can be a particular network. For example, if you work for some large corporation, it is more than likely that a fake root certificate is on your corporate computer. And if the computer is yours, you may have been asked to install something to access the corporate VPN with something else included, and that is the root certificate. From there, automated systems can record your traffic on the network, and if someone suspects you of doing non-job related stuff or leaking corporate information, then they will have a record of it. There will be an obvious MITM if the surveillance proxy is loaded at a central government location, like in countries like China or Saudi Arabia. Someone is always watching. Defensive techniques advanced. The more difficult problem to solve is if someone is using the authentic certificate of a company, but through back channels like via spies or a company greased with payments, some agency will actually just proxy the real certificate and then use the private key attained on the side to decrypt. Think of this as possible on the back end. Just as a theoretical, think of the largest email provider in the world, like a gmail.com. And while you think you are going direct to the Gmail server, you're actually sending your email traffic to a 3-letter agency server that then forwards it to the actual company server after a scan. In this example I just gave of a backdoor wink wink sharing of a private key, the Catch MITM app would spot nothing since the certificate would be authentic. Now, the app I wrote will catch a casual hacker, and I would definitely check sites like bank sites to make sure those are not compromised, which are the usual targets of hackers. If you fear that someone is intercepting your traffic, run this app to check. And in the absence of an app, ask a friend to give you a screenshot of the certificate of a website and compare it to yours. If there's no man in the middle, both should be the same. But just note this procedure does not work with google.com, as I said. You can look at certificates on any computer browser like this. Start to understand what certificates look like. Don't just take everyone's word. The other thing I would do if I were worried about more advanced threat is to actually record all the root certificates on my device after a fresh install or factory reset. Then occasionally compare and see if it changes. Now on my device I've blocked all the Chinese CAs as I don't connect to Chinese sites anyway, so there's no reason to increase the attack surface. But be careful here, as blocking certificates will prevent certain services from running. Like blocking Chinese servers may block TikTok, but I don't care about that. If you installed Avast on a computer, I would remove it. In fact, I would remove all antivirus from all computers. They're just adding to the attack footprint. Make sure Avast doesn't leave a root certificate on there. I just checked on Android and Avast did not install a root certificate on mobile. Maybe it's part of their premium service now, I don't know. But don't assume that because you hear it has TLS or HTTPS that you're safe. Depends. Folks, while other channels sustain themselves via sponsorships, we're actively sustained directly by this community, hopefully one that benefits directly from the education we provide. Thank you to those who provide donations to us through Patreon, Locals, and YouTube memberships. Our long-run approach is just to offer services and compete in the open market to generate your trust and patronage. This makes me feel like I'm always offering you value rather than feel like I'm begging. For those interested in the Brax 3 project that is handled by the site braxtech.net, and you can see the current status of the project there, which currently started shipping. We have other products that you will find on our community area on BraxMe. There are over 120,000 users that are part of our community and that discuss security and privacy issues in a safe environment. Many of you believe in us, and so this community is growing. Some have been involved for more than 10 years. In our store there, you will find products like the Google Phones, Brax Virtual Phone, Brax Mail, Bytes VPN, and Brax Router. These are an essential base to building your personal privacy and, of course, support the creation of content on this channel. Thank you for watching and see you next time.
Insurance companies don't want you to know this. Homeowners, if your insurance rates keep going up like mine.
I recently did a video explaining the threats to the phone, and I broke it down into threats to the application processor versus the modem processor. Watch that video to get the basics figured out, because that's important to understand. What I want to teach you today is how to deal with everyday situations where you might not have the right phone, but you want to minimize the attack footprint on your phone. Perhaps you're near an area where there's a demonstration or riot. Perhaps you're having a very private meeting and you don't want an audience. Perhaps you left your Google phone at home. Perhaps you don't want your current location to be recorded. Or maybe you need to use Uber.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to. Only pay for what you...
Today we got a Linux video, and that means our sponsor is brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want a fun, efficient way to learn topics like data analysis, computer science, for you to get into for your personal development, or even for your professional growth as well? The meme, I actually use it literally because I don't like Microsoft sitting on top of my computer. Now, when I build my computer, right, I put the hardware in, and the only thing that I cringe harder is once you've all accumulated all of your cool little graphics cards, your processors, your RAM, everything, you put your dream computer together, now you got Microsoft's bloated stink sitting right on top of it. Now, obviously, Windows works for most people, and that's why it's used by, what, like 70% of the desktop market share? But Linux is growing, all right? We're about 4% now, which never would have been thought of years ago. Thanks to companies like Valve, big actual, like, tech firms, the actual push for Linux is pretty evident, okay? I'm not saying it's the year of the Linux desktop or anything. I'm saying that we're getting closer to a future where Microsoft has some healthy competition. And competition is good for everyone, right? Like, we can all understand that. Now, one of the reasons I don't use Windows is because of its weird telemetry, its spying, and the fact that they're introducing pointless features like AI basically being forced into my installation. Now, that said, Microsoft Windows has this advantage of basically being entrenched. I believe the reason why Windows is so popular, personally, is because it just comes pre-installed on every computer
your mom and dad buys, right? Your grandparents buy, you buy at a store. Think about it like this. You go buy a Dell computer, an Alienware, Alienware, whatever. You're buying any gaming computer on the market, even from like, vendors who build PCs for you. They usually give you an option to pay an extra $50 and buy Windows on top of it. But they never tell you, we'll install Linux for you, and they got no reason to. Windows has this benefit of basically being entrenched in a way that no other operating system has. Mac OS only is able to be sold is because they sell MacBooks with the stuff pre-installed, ready to go. And there's very little, if any, Linux actual, Linux companies that release Linux on actual builds, you can buy pre-built. Stuff like System 76 PCs, and so on and so forth. But beyond all of it, it's basically meant for you to install and understand yourself. And Linux has kind of a weird rap. Like, if you actually search up Linux and scroll down a little bit, you'll find stuff like this. This scares people, okay? This video that I'm making is meant to be an entry point for people who just want to start, specifically people in my audience that like gaming, some of you might like streaming, some of you just want an actual competitive piece of operating system, but you want to understand how to get into it. And people who try to jump into the Linux community, unfortunately, there is a bit of elitism. There is a bit of people who want you to be computer science experts and not just regular computer users. This video is meant to be a very simple get in and understand. It's meant for people who have no knowledge about what Linux is. But yeah, anyways, when you look up Linux on the internet, you'll probably look at results like, is Linux legal or illegal? Like, dog, if that's the SEO we're working with, it's not good. When you look up Linux on YouTube, you'll find plenty of great channels. But one of the only criticisms I have of some of these actually great channels is that a lot of their content is not exactly geared towards somebody new. It's always geared towards bringing in Linux commands or this kind of stuff scares the average person. You understand? Like, nobody wants to look at a network terminal, a terminal like simulator from like back in the 90s brought today. You're going to be messing with it, but honestly, we're just here to dive into Linux fresh and ready to go, all right? For somebody who has no experience. Anyways, introduction aside, let's talk about how to find your version of Linux. So what is Linux? Now, Linux, according to the old Wikipedia, is a family of open source Unix-like operating systems based on the Linux kernels, and they're typically packaged as a Linux distribution. So a distro is important. To understand, Linux comes in various different shapes and forms. So this list right over here, ladies and gentlemen, is all the different types of Linux distributions you can download and install today. Now, you might be looking at this list and going, oh my god, what do I pick? Where do I begin? So one of the things that I always find to be a bit of an issue when it comes to Linux is one of the first mistakes people make is they type in, hey, Linux for insert blah 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 tasks, because there's not one specific distribution. People will try to find the one that's best for them. So again, there are distributions with their own pros and cons, but generally, in my opinion, you want to go with the one that's most popular in a general sense. So things like Ubuntu, things like Manjaro, Linux Mint, which is what we're going to be using for this video. To give you an example, even if you like scroll down and look through, just a random tech website, like here's top 7 best for gaming. You'll open this up and you'll realize, okay, well, they're just giving me the general choices like Ubuntu or Fedora and Manjaro, literally everything that we've mentioned so far. So again, don't get confused by any of this, like, these blogs or whatever. Just go with one of the more popular websites or the most popular distributions. All you have to do is get one that's well maintained. That's it. You can always tailor any distribution for any specific purpose by yourself as well. So here's Linux Mint, an operating system for desktop and laptop computers. It's designed to work out of the box. So again, all you need to do is go to their website, and it looks incredibly simple. They actually have Linux Mint 21.3. Virginia is what they call it. Now over here, they say they're good for multimedia, gaming, web, productivity, web design. Give it a try. You'll love it. So again, how to get this going is basically hit that big, juicy download button. And here you got multiple different options. Now, every different Linux distribution comes with further changes to the desktop environment. The desktop environment is the user interface you're using as you browse and use your operating system. So some desktop environments are built for people that are coming from Windows, right? Like KDE Plasma. GNOME, for instance. Well, that's not really all that Windows. But then you've got people who are Mac OS users, and they might be using Mac OS-oriented desktop environments. Hell, there are desktop environments for people who just want their computer to look like a Windows 98 system. It's actually insane the amount of customizability. People in the Linux community call it ricing, whatever, where they actually customize their desktop to the point where it's like wholly their own. We're not going to go into it because honestly, I don't do it. I don't really care. I just like using my computer, okay? But anyways, you've got options like Cinnamon, which is what you want to download. You've also got Mate. You've got XFCE, which if you have a lighter computer, if you have a weaker system, an old computer, maybe from like a decade ago, this might be a better option because it uses less resources. And if you've got absolutely new hardware, try the Edge ISO. But generally, if you're in this, just start with Cinnamon, download it. That's the one that they push the most. Now anyways, once you've downloaded it, you'll see that you've got a 3 GB download right here. And it's time for you to actually copy this to an actual USB drive to install Unreal hardware. So at this moment, you want to get an 8 gig USB drive. Anything over 8 gigs works. Doesn't have to be massive. Remember, this is only a 3 GB file. So grab a USB drive and just stick it into any USB port on your system. So as you can see, I've got an actual little USB plugged in, and here's where you're going to get another piece of software. So again, on the internet, you want to go and look for Balena Etcher, which is basically a software that's going to be used to flash this ISO file to the drive in an incredibly easy manner. So go over here, hit up Download Etcher, and basically find your operating system. So if you're on Windows, download the portable installation and go on forward. If you're on Mac, download the Mac installation. If you're on Linux like I am, you get the idea. All right, so now that you have Balena Etcher, what you want to do is you want to flash from files. So click this button right over here. And what you want to do is you want to do Linux Mint. You want to actually pick that ISO file, select the target, and this is going to be the actual USB drive that you plugged in. Hit select and just hit flash. Now, typically you might have to give admin privileges. So just do that, hit enter, and it's going to be flashing a drive. So that being said, once this drive is flashed, you're going to basically take it out. You're going to go to your computer, and when you restart your system, remember when you see like your manufacturer logo, your little BIOS screen? What you want to do is you want to look somewhere towards the bottom of that screen, and there's going to be a key command that you'll be needing to actually go into the boot menu. Now, sometimes this could be the delete key. Sometimes it could be any of the function keys. It could be the scroll lock key. Every single motherboard is different. And you might have to do a little bit of trial and error, but eventually you'll get into the boot menu. Or if you get into the actual BIOS settings, then you can basically go in there and just select the boot menu, right? Or, you know, mess around with that. Just that's what you have to do. Once you get into the boot menu, you have an option of which drives to boot off of. And if you've done your actual, Balena Etcher stuff right, then you can basically find like USB, like drive, partition 1, whatever, hit enter, and you'll go into an actual boot menu. Now I'm going to set up a virtual machine just to make recording this process a little easier. I'm going to show you the entire installation process as well. It is incredibly simple. Actually, it's far simpler than even Microsoft Windows or Mac. So let's actually look into it. So once you've actually done your boot menu stuff right, you'll come across this menu right here. So you got a few options: Start Linux Mint, Incompatibility Mode, OEM, Hardware Detection, Boot from Local Drive, so on and so forth. We're just going to go hit Start Linux Mint and hit Enter, and what that's going to do is it's going to start the whole boot process. You'll see the Linux Mint logo right here. Give it a few minutes, it'll just go through the initial boot up, and you'll be put into what is called a live CD environment, right? So this is where you get to kind of try Linux out on your system without fully committing, right? So usually if you want to just see how things run, you know, if everything in your hardware is kind of supported, this is basically where you're going to figure it out, right? It's kind of a unique thing with Linux where you can try before you really commit. Now, of course, what you want to do is you want to hit Install Linux Mint right over here, and you're going to go through this whole little process. Mind it's going to be a little bit slow, just because you're working off of a USB drive, not your traditional SSDs or even a mechanical drive. So here the option is select your language. So I'm going to go with English. Hit Continue. It's going to ask you what your keyboard layout is. pick your keyboard layout, hit continue. It's going to ask you what your time zone, I think, is. Or no, it's going to ask you install multimedia codecs. So multimedia codecs are required to play some video formats and to properly render some websites. Just hit yes, hit continue, and go forward. So it's going to prepare a special set of drivers just for you. So here it's going to ask you, the computer currently has no detected operating system. What would you like to do? Now, you probably won't see this just because this is a virtualized machine. If you have a Windows system, it may ask you, hey, you want to install alongside, where it'll partition your system in a way where you can use Windows and you can use Linux. If you're somebody that plays games like Rainbow Six Siege or Call of Duty Warzone, where the anti-cheats don't work underneath Linux, you may consider it beneficial to have a dual boot system just so you can have the option of just purely using Windows for that specific piece of software. But let's say you just want to say, fuck it, delete Windows entirely, erase the entire disk and install Linux Mint. So once you hit install, it'll give you this final like little warning. It'll be like, hey, we're wiping everything. Are we good to go? Give it the all clear, hit that nuke button, and then it'll ask you to pick a country. So again, just pick your country, pick your city. And again, it'll ask you what your name is. So you put in your name. I'm going to do Tom. All right. It's going to give you your computer name. You can put whatever you want here. Your username, I'll just put Tom. Your password can be anything. Do 123 just for the sake of making this video. It'll tell you the password is too short. And you can even set it to log in automatically, but I would not actually recommend that. Over here, you can even ask it to encrypt your home folder if you want the extra layer of security. I'm not going to do it for this install. And that's it. You're done. You can walk away. You can do whatever you need to because it's doing the whole process for you. So this is literally how easy it is to install Linux. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to install it on this actual laptop that I have, just because I don't want to wipe my entire computer for a video. And then I'm going to show you how to start getting it set up. So we've done basically the hard part. We've done actually setting it up. Let's get to actually setting it up for gaming, streaming, and actually understanding how Linux works and how to properly use it for a beginner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so now that we're back, here's a fresh Linux Mint installation. Now, starting off the bat, this took, I would say, less time to install than Microsoft Windows ever did, and the actual installation looks clean as heck. Now, one of the first things that I needed to do, obviously, to get things entirely working, and this is sorry for the guerrilla videography, I had to do this before I could screen record and use capture cards. Go into the Linux Mint bottom left, the start button, so to speak, and just type in driver to get access to the driver manager. And then over there, what you're going to do is it's going to auto-detect your graphics card. So in this situation, it detected that an RTX 2070 mobile. All you got to do is install the recommended version and boom, restart, you're good to go. Your graphic drivers are there. Now this is where things are a little controversial. There are a lot of Linux users who don't believe having anything proprietary and non-open source on your system is a good thing, right? Now, I'm one of those people where I don't give a shit, okay? This is my computer. I'm going to use it just like I want to. So there are two options if you're an NVIDIA user. You can go the open source route, which the graphic drivers are kind of there, or you can use NVIDIA's proprietary stuff. And that gets you access to things like DLSS and a few technologies that are exclusively for them. The only trade-off is not everything on your system then is going to be open source. There's going to be that one proprietary blob from NVIDIA. Now, if you have an AMD card, rest assured, AMD support under Linux is like 1,000,000 times better than NVIDIA. It's all baked right into the kernel, so you're pretty good in that department. But that's the only caveat that I have to offer. Now, if anybody on Reddit gives you crap for this, then you can just tell them to, stick it where the sun don't shine. That said, when you start up your Linux Mint installation, it looks very simple, like this, okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to go right to the first steps here, and we're going to walk through this just so everyone understands what they want to do. So launch the desktop colors, and over here you can pick your color schemes. If you're one of those people where you think using light mode is a sin, then you can change that right here to dark mode, okay? So now you don't have to worry about it, okay? It's all changed. It's all better, okay? So boom. Now that we're all basically done there, you can launch the system snapshots, which again, you have to enter your sudo password. So whatever password you set during installation, provide that over here. And this is where it's going to ask you to set up your snapshots. Now, snapshots are like system restores. So if an update goes wrong, you can go open up Timeshift and revert to before an update went wrong or when you installed a very intricate piece of software. So again, right here, you want to make sure rsync is enabled. That's the only one here. And of course, it's going to do a quick estimation, and you're just going to basically set up a backup solution right here. So here, when it asks you how many levels you want, I usually just keep the default going over here, but I always add like 1 weekly refresh as well too, just because it's always fine to have something, you know, just as a week. So hit next, and it's going to ask you home directories, exclude all files. So user home directories are excluded by default. So again, this is all primarily meant for, again, the system in the background. So hit next, go through over here, setup complete, and hit finish. So basically we're all good. We've got our snapshots. We're all good to go. You can make one right now if you wanted, but generally the system will just auto-generate when it needs. Time shift is active. Now, understandably, I've personally have never used it because I'm not a Linux Mint guy, but always have a backup solution. So driver manager, already kind of covered it. Update manager, also important. So obviously, like most operating systems, whether you use Windows, Mac, or Linux, or BSD, whatever, you will come across updates. Updates are good. Make sure your system is updated. So again, when you open up the update manager, it'll tell you this tool provides your operating system with software and security updates. So it's simple, right? Like, you know, you don't have to mess around with like a terminal or anything scary so far. All of this is pretty much above board, what you would expect with any standard computer operating system. It's as simple as Windows or Mac. So again, hit OK. And what it'll do is it'll start processing and checking for updates. So it'll say, hey, a new version of the update manager is available. So just hit apply the update, and of course, it'll ask you for your password. So your pseudo password is like the ultimate, you know, it's like the Microsoft UAC. It's like the, you know, basically elevating your permission. So obviously updating packages, your system, you can imagine you need to have updated permission. So again, provide that password, authenticate, and it'll apply all of these updates. And with Linux, unlike Windows, you can do a lot of updates just in the background. Even updates that need you to restart your system, you can restart whenever you feel like you want to. So you're not really at the beck and call of Windows or even Mac. So here you can see all the updates that I still need. So again, some of these updates are important. Some of them are, you know, just random blips and blobs. What you want to do is you want to make sure everything is highlighted, and of course it'll tell you you got 50 updates, around 500 megabytes. All you got to do is hit install the updates. And lo and behold, you can walk away. It'll tell you that some packages like Linux headers, the Linux image, so these are deep kernel updates. This will require like an actual full restart. So hit OK, give that password once again, and lo and behold, this is just how Linux works. Okay, so again, pretty simple so far. So while this is happening, right, you can go back to this welcome page and you can look around things like the system settings, the software manager, which we'll get to after the restart. And of course, if you want to add a firewall, you can add a firewall right here. And if you don't want a firewall, you can take it off. It's entirely up to you. Remember, this is your computer. You're completely in control of it. Okay, so now that we got the update done, can I ever tell you right now, nothing is more exhilarating than a system update. Maybe that shows you how dead inside I am. But of course, you might be like, all right, now where do we begin? Okay, now this system is incredibly simple. To understand, this is your menu button, your start button, I guess. We'll just keep it there. And of course, here you've got a bunch of options. You've got your quick access. You've got that terminal button. Remember that, it's always there. In fact, it's literally right next to the Firefox button. You will need the terminal for if you want to deal with some really important things. You know, just we'll get into a lot of this stuff towards the tail end of the video. So here you've got a bunch of applications already installed. So for instance, in accessories, you've got just all these standard applications. And again, feel free to look around them as much as you want. You've got graphic tools. So if you want to draw stuff around, it comes with basic tools. Internet, you've got things like HexChat, which is IRC. You've got a torrent client. You've got Thunderbird, which is a mail application. You've got Firefox web browser. So again, what you need to start off with is already just the web browser. This is pretty much standard for most Linux installations. Now, you might not be a furry fox fan, so let's install the web browser of your choice. So for instance, we'll fire up good old Firefox right here, but let's say you want to use something like, I don't know, Brave browser, or I don't know, if you're somebody that's a Google Chrome user. I consider it personally filthy, but you can go to the Google Chrome website and it'll give you the option to download Google Chrome. Now, what it'll do is it'll give you these options. Now, underneath Linux, what'll happen is you will get different types of packages depending on the package manager that you use. So there are 3 common package managers. Because we're underneath Linux Mint, we're part of the Debian family, the Ubuntu family of Linux distributions. So we use something known as apt. Now, typically you'll download the .deb file if you're in this camp, or if you're somebody that uses the Fedora camp of Linux, OpenSUSE, you'll download the RPM. You use a package manager known as Yum, from my understanding. Now, if you're an Arch user like me, you'll be using something known as Pacman, and you'll be messing around mostly with a terminal right there. But don't let this scare you. Now that you know that there are 3 key paths, you know your path under Linux Mint is the .debian path. Now, this is an improper way to download applications on the internet. I showed this last time when I was covering Linux stuff, but I'm going to show you the proper way. So usually underneath any of these installations is something known as the software manager. So just type in software in the start button and you'll find software manager. So open that up and it'll fire up the software manager tool. Think of it like an app store, if you will, right? Basically, the idea is instead of going to shady sites on the internet, you go to the software manager and basically you download whatever you want from here. So if you want to have this just on the desktop, basically, right click this little tool right here. And then all you need to do is basically pin this to the panel. So even if you close the application, it will always be there. Now over here, what you want to do is you want to type in Google Chrome. And, if you look through the software repositories, you'll find Google Chrome is right there. You got both Google Chrome and the unstable version of it. But let's say you don't want Google Chrome, you want Brave browser. So again, clear this entry field and type in Brave browser. And all of a sudden, you'll find out, whoa, I've got Brave right here. I believe even Microsoft Edge might be on here. So if you still want like a Microsoft browser, just get the dev right here, get the Microsoft Edge. So I'm going to go get Brave. I'm going to highlight Brave right here, and it's as simple as clicking the Brave browser, hitting that install button, and then it'll tell you, hey, this is what's going to happen. It's going to download like 1.4 gigs, which is a bit, I would say. 3.5 gigs is a fair bit, but I think it's also downloading a whole bunch of FlatHub tools as well. So hit continue, and of course, it'll install the browser. So much like the App Store for your mobile devices, or the App Store on the Microsoft Windows operating system, or Mac, it's the same thing over here. So this initial install will probably take a little bit just because it's a brand new Linux installation. FlatHub is also installing as well too, but that's how it goes. In the meantime, let's look for other stuff. Let's say you want to play Switch games on your computer, right? And you don't want to listen to what Nintendo's telling you. You can type in Ryujinx and get access to a Switch emulator. Hit install, bam, it's right there. Do you want to play PS3 games? RPCS3, and it's right there. A lot of the most popular tools underneath most operating systems are pretty much available, feature complete on Linux systems as well. So while we're installing Brave, let's install some software we need for gaming. So you want to talk to your homies? You want to get Discord? You can go to the website, or you can actually type in Discord and boom, right here. Now, because this is Linux, if you're doing a lot of screen sharing with audio, you may want to get the Discord screen audio build. I don't really do a lot of that. I just talk to people. Just go over here, go to Discord, and of course, hit install. And of course, right here, just hit continue. So again, it's part of the pipeline. It's doing this in the background. Do you want to get Steam by any chance? To play some video games? Go look for Steam right over here. And lo and behold, you'll find Steam available. Now again, all you have to do is click the first option. That's usually what I go with. And of course, hit install right here. Now this isn't a FlatHub version. This is just like the native build. Hit continue, and it's going to ask you, hey, we need a password. So give it a password, install Steam while you're at it. So I was going to cut and wait, but it seems like installing applications is faster than you can expect. So now that you got your browser installed, it's a simple matter of opening the start button, typing in the words Brave, and lo and behold, right there. So hit enter, and it'll fire up your brand new browser. So over here, you can set it as the default. You can match it to dark mode if you wanted. And of course, I always turn off the diagnostic bullshit. And lo and behold, here it is. The browser is available. And again, like many things on Linux, you can just pin this to a panel right here. So it's easily accessible without you, constantly having to search for it. Speaking of other things, you want to install Discord or you run it. So simply go into the start option, type in Discord, and boom, it's going to fire up as Discord normally would underneath Windows. So again, just sign into your account and you can start communicating with all of your friends. And all of the updates are done entirely through that software manager. So when there is a Discord update or a Steam update or any software that needs to be updated, the installation will alert you and tell you which packages needed to be updated, and you just go through a process of updating it like normal. Again, I want you to think of it mostly like an app store, and nothing stops you from going to Discord's website and downloading Linux packages yourselves, the deb versions, and installing them. It's a simple matter of downloading the deb file, having it right there, double-clicking it, and there will be a package manager that'll do a lot of that stuff for you, the legwork. So you can install packages right here. I wouldn't ever recommend it. I would just go through the software manager if you can. So one of the things that you probably also want to get going is, what if your games aren't on Steam, for instance, right? Then you want to go to the software manager, find something known as Wine, which is a Windows implementation for you to run Windows applications underneath the actual Linux system that you use, under a compatibility layer. So what it'll do is it'll translate those Windows calls to Linux in real time, so you can run software. The compatibility list you can actually review on winehq.com, their website, and you can see which applications work. So for instance, simple stuff will work pretty well, but obviously when you get to like things like, I don't know, Adobe Premiere editing software, like really intricate stuff, it will not work, okay? Their compatibility list pretty much secures the deal for you. But install this if you must. And of course, if you don't have like games on Steam, let's say you want to use Epic Games Launcher, go to something known as Lutris and basically install that. This is a tool that allows you to use it's basically a simple GUI to get other games running on your system that are outside Steam. So if you have a GOG game, if you have an Epic game, if you have anything of that sort, you can use this to basically consolidate in one area. So install that as well, and you're pretty much good to go. Now, right off the bat, if you're just a user underneath Linux, right, you might be wondering, okay, let's start off with, the average user, somebody who only uses their computer to browse the internet. Well, in that regard, the actual installation is pretty much right there. Most modern web browsers are pretty much one-to-one underneath all of Linux, Mac, or Windows. So if all you wanted to do was go over here and browse YouTube videos, you can go to youtube.com, and of course, you can watch any video right here. Excuse the lagginess, there is some sort of issue with my capture card and the internet connection right now in my house, but in general, you can watch really any video you want in 4K, whatever, 60 frames, all of it right now from any of your favorite YouTubers at this moment. You can browse, news websites, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. You can go anywhere you want. The web browsing functionalities are pretty much feature parity. They're feature complete, and no matter what, you'll be fine. So if this is all you do on, your system, then Linux has you covered. But obviously, we're a gaming channel. We do a little bit more than browsing the internet. We do a bit of gaming from time to time. So now that that's done, all you need to do is fire up software like Steam, for instance. So firing up Steam here real quick, you'll notice that I've got a whole bunch of games already installed. This is, again, my core system. So again, to set this up, all you have to do is go to the top left and you have to go to Settings. And inside Settings over here, one of the things you find is Compatibility inside these Steam settings. So hit Compatibility and make sure that Enable Steam Play for supported titles is checked and Enable Steam Play for other titles are checked too. Now, when it says run other titles with, you can select a whole litany of options. You probably won't have some of these, but you can enable something like Proton Experimental, which usually works for a lot of games. You can use Proton 8.0. There's even beta software available if you want to decide going down that route as well. So I go with Proton Experimental, but you can choose 8.0. Again, refer to protondb.com. Sometimes they'll have different versions for different games, and you can even change which version you want to. So if I want to go run Grand Theft Auto 5 with something different, I highlight GTA 5, right-click, go to Properties, Compatibility, and I can pick from this list for this specific game. Once you've already done that system option, it may ask you to restart Steam, restart, and now you can download every Windows game you want and pretty much run them. So for instance, if I want to play things like the Dragon Dogmas 2 character creator and storage, all I do is hit play, it downloads the Windows version because that's the only version that exists, and of course I can now basically run the Dragon Dogmas 2 character creator and it works pretty much out of the box. So right here, you can see the game is running. It starts in 720p. You can change the options as well too. But here you can see the game is actually started and it runs about as well as you can expect. So the RE engine introduction is right there, gives you the autosave prompt, and boom, boom, you can basically make whatever character you want. So main pawn, your Arisen, so on and so forth. Go crazy. Now again, certain games have anti-cheats, so click on the search option up here and type in something like easy anti-cheat runtime. If you find a tool, make sure to install that, and also make sure to install BattlEye, because certain games do work underneath Linux with these anti-cheats if the developers have them enabled. Again, I wish every developer kind of sent one email along, but we can only hope for the best. So okay, all of this is pretty standard so far, but Muda, what if my game doesn't run underneath Steam? What if I bought it on Epic? What if I bought it on Battle.net? Okay, the answers are pretty simple. Remember that tool Lutris we downloaded? We're going to use that in order to actually set up a Epic Games launcher page and install a game from there. So for instance, I already have one game installed, the Chronicles of Riddick, which is an old PC game that I actually had to end up tracking down, installed it, old PC game. You'll often find out that old Windows games do kind of run better underneath Linux because they actually have Wine for older specific libraries as well too, something that may not be reflected in the most recent versions of Windows too, as far as my experience goes. So by clicking the little plus option up here, you can search their Lutris website for installers. So for instance, I can search for Epic Games. And of course, I should be able to find the Epic Games Store. Installs the latest version of Epic Games Store as well as Ubisoft Connect for compatibility with those Ubisoft games. So installing Epic Online Services requires Wine version 7.0, and of course free game notifications can't be closed and can cause significant lag. Make sure you disable them in settings. So again, just remember all that, hit install, and of course it'll make a base directory. I'm cool with that, hit continue. And of course, it'll say source download, hit install, and boom, it's doing it for you, okay? And you can do this for Battle.net. So if you want to play things like Diablo 4, God forbid, that's available for you. If you want to play with any other game launcher like GOG, you can install GOG Galaxy and install games from there. Or you can download the games freshly from GOG and install them as actual exe files. It's really your own choice. It's up to you. And for the act of installing video games, here's like Final Fantasy XIV's launcher, much in the same way that you would install Epic, GOG, Battle.net. You can basically get even this multiplayer game installed and up and running as it was a Windows installation. So again, you know, the amount of games that are pretty much locked exclusively to Windows is dwindling by the day. In fact, the only thing really keeping games in that camp are, you know, anti-cheats. And a lot of those anti-cheats are becoming more compatible. So again, if you want to play games like Apex Legends, you actually can play them. I have actual Linux footage of them right here. And obviously the games like Rainbow Six Siege, you can only really do offline modes on. Anything online related, obviously the anti-cheat is not enabled, so therefore you're not able to get by on that. But again, you know, it's not as if games don't work. Even with Epic, playing games like PC Building Simulator 2 work with all of the DLSS and expansions and everything you've come to love on the Windows side working pretty much feature complete, identical on Linux. Now, one of the things I'll recommend while this is installing is if you want extra help, there are good communities out there for Linux. Like, for example, r/Linux Gaming is one of my favorite subreddits for this kind of stuff. It's a very healthy, very nice group of people that create up-to-date information that also discuss pretty healthy with each other about what works and what doesn't work. Go over there. Linux is not all about elitists, okay? If anybody tells you you have to do everything the hard way, they are people that are unloved, okay? Remember, what works for you works for you. The whole point of this video was to get you into the ecosystem and to show you that even the most complicated tasks some people make out to be can be done without firing up that dreaded terminal. Now again, since we're at the tail end of the video, the terminal is a real thing. You're going to need to learn it at some point. And generally, when you're making really invasive changes to your system, you may have to fire it up to do that. But the terminal is actually really great if you know what you're doing. Once you figure it out, you can do like 10 steps in one if you know what you're doing. And again, there's a whole community out there that tells you exactly which commands to put in. And I think over time, people eventually do learn these things. So it's not something that's totally out of the realm of scope. For now, if you're gaming, you know, browsing the web on Discord, or if you want to fire up OBS, you can fire up OBS and literally use it as you would on Windows right now. So again, now that the installation is completed for Epic Games, hit launch, and lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, it's launching just like it would on Windows, so boom, boom. Now, once you log in, you can download your Epic Games and play them, and it's just like you were on Windows. Again, one caveat, any game with anti-cheat probably won't work. You probably might get banned. So don't go downloading Fortnite and then expecting it to work. It's not going to work. That's just a matter of fact. Fortnite is not supported underneath Linux, and the only person you can blame on that is Tim goddamn Sweeney. That said, play something else or keep a dual boot installation. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, Linux is not a difficult vixen to get a hold of. In fact, switching to it is easier than ever. And maybe this video was a little longer than it should have been, but I wanted to cover every single basis out there and show you step by step how things work, okay? I wanted to make this video as simple as I could. And I really hope for somebody who is brand new to this topic, who wanted to switch, who wanted to understand just how to dip their toe into the pond, they can. Now, of course, once you've got...
With Liberty Mutual, you can customize your car insurance to save.
Manscaped.com. Christmas came a little early. Deodorant and crop revival themselves. Yes, the Shears 2.0 luxury 6 night. And I'm not going to look at a day ago. Linus appears to be playing with a little bit of a computer cock. But about a week ago, all right, Linus has basically been doing this thing called the Linux Gaming Challenge, where him and Luke on their side are basically running a whole challenge to see who can use Linux for like 30 days. Now, this has sort of drawn a little bit of a tizzy in the community. You know, you got a lot of people who are like, wow, these guys are stupid. How can they not figure out how to use the terminal? All right, calm down there, IT specialist God. And then you've got the other half going like, yeah, fuck Linux. And in this regard, I want to sit over here and basically talk about my experience. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the title of this video, don't use Windows. I don't like it, I dislike Windows, and I move away from it, okay? However, I understand people use Windows for one main reason. Because it's simple and it's easy. You install it and it's good to go. You can play the newest games, you can play the newest multiplayer games, you can do most of the things on a computer you ever wanted. However, with Linux, you're gonna have to walk around and sort of enter a bit of a technical minefield if you don't know what you're doing. I understand the value of Windows. It doesn't mean that I like to use it. Literally, as I was filming this video, if it's one thing that sends me into a blind gamer rage, it's the fact that even if you don't activate Windows, at least on 11 from my experience, you literally can't even change your sound output for some reason. Like, it's bad enough this dog shit installs Candy Crush Saga every time I update, and it's also worse that I need to activate a system for it. I'm not paying you whatever your service fee is to change sound outputs. I will switch to the Penguin. Now, despite me being more technically adept, I just want to sit here and sort of demystify a lot of things, okay? So I'm not going to sit over here and tell you to stop using Windows without a good, rational way out of it. And so today, we're going to be switching to good old-fashioned Linux. And I'm going to show you how to do it, the easier way to do it, and before any elitist jumps in here, which is a really great point, I'm just going to start off by saying this is like a get your feet wet, okay? This is like jump into the puddle for starters. Ladies and gentlemen, you can freely go into the deep end on your own at the end of it, okay? Let's get into the meat and potatoes. So to start off with, I'm going to just address one thing, and that's the elitism, okay? Now, the Linux community is great. Some of the best friends I've ever met is from that community. However, there is a small but incredibly vocal minority of Linux users who basically are like the goddamn vegans of computers, okay? Like out of there, people will not shut up of their love for Linux, okay? Some of these people will close their ears, sing la 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 la, and ignore all criticisms, okay? But to understand, Linux is not going to be an easy switch, okay? Like many things in life, if you completely uproot how you've been doing something, you're probably going to be spending some time relearning a few deals, okay? It's kind of like switching to a Mac, okay? You just have to learn how to use a Fisher-Price computer for a little bit. But with Linux, I have a great meme that I always show people, okay? And it's this one: Linux users installing a web browser. It's a very simple meme of somebody typing in a million terminal commands to install a web browser, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a joke. That does not stop people from going, sudo dnf install Firefox. Oh my god, this was so hard, I need to rest. Yeah, maybe we should learn how to take jokes, okay? Audience, what does Linux and ice cream have in common? a lot of flavors. Yes, like ice cream, there's a few good solid standouts like vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, and sometimes you get to weird flavors like Old Soggy Diaper, okay? Now to understand, some people like Old Soggy Diaper, and while that may be good for some people, you're probably going to want to stick with the tried and true classics like vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, the reason I'm making this comparison is when you look up Linux, you'll find out that the very big common word that we use is distro, short for distribution, okay? This is the various flavors that Linux comes out in, okay? To understand, let's go to a site called DistroWatch, okay? DistroWatch mentions a billion different variants of Linux, okay? You've got Euro Linux, you've got Clonezilla, you've got Deepin, you've got Endless, you've got Alpine, you've got Q4 OS and UB ports and Slackware. You might be wondering, okay, I'm already confused right now. Which one do I download? Do not Google top Linux distros, okay? The reason why you shouldn't Google this is, ladies and gentlemen, frankly, you get into what we call SEO hell. Let me just give you an example of one of these websites. This is Tech Radar. No real issue against it, but here's Linux for beginners, mainstream, and advanced users. Let's look at their top Linux distro picks. So number one is Nitrix, okay? Reasons to buy. You don't have to buy Linux. Don't buy it, okay? Don't fall for that. Easy customizations. Reasons to avoid. Documentation via blogs. You know, for somebody just jumping into Linux, this is a weird thing to start saying. Maybe you could have said, maybe it's easy to game on it. Maybe it comes with all the software prepackaged. Maybe it's really good. I think people who are trying to get into Linux care less about customizing it first than getting their feet wet, okay? Use of app images? What are you trying to say over here, okay? Like, you think somebody jumping into it is going to know what an app image is first off? I mean, they kind of do describe it later on, but still, let's go further, okay? Then it's Zorin OS, best distro for Windows users. Yeah, because I guess it looks like Windows, meaning it's just as good. All right, congratulations. Then you've got Pop OS, which is hybrid graphics, special image for NVIDIA users, keyboard navigation. I'm pretty sure you can keyboard navigate on most of these distributions, if anything, guys. Again, what kind of pros and cons are we dealing with? A whole different story. So to understand, let's get back into it. So ignoring all the bullshit you find on the internet, I'm going to give you 3 tips, okay? Number 1, make sure it's popular. With popularity comes a lot of people working on the forks, okay? That means, look, I know how tempting it must be to have Among Us OS. That's definitely a viable option, but for instance, people are probably developing Ubuntu more faster and more securely than they are developing Among Us OS. No shade towards Among Us, but ladies and gentlemen, you want to pick something that's popular, okay? Something like Ubuntu, something like Manjaro, something like Pop OS, something that you've seen in the community regulating around, because there's always going to be people who are working on this project and moving it forward. You don't want to pick a dead branch of Linux that doesn't get updates, or at least at most security updates at all either, simply because you actually want a usable experience, not a dead experience. Point number 2. There is no point number 2. I had you right there. There's no 3 secret tips. There's only one. Just make sure it's popular, make sure it's well supported, and have a good time. So to understand, I'm going to take you on a magical journey. Let's get started with Linux, okay? So you want to go to ubuntu.com, okay? This is one Linux distribution that I'm recommending to somebody brand new to the entire situation. Before we begin, I know there's somebody in the comment section going, how dare you pick Ubuntu? My distro's better. Listen, I get it. I understand. The only reason I'm going with this is because we're trying to bring people into the situation. If somebody tells you Ubuntu is too easy, you tell them to stick their head out of their asshole, because at the end of the day, you're trying to learn and get started. There are other distributions. For instance, I use Arch, okay? Arch, you start off with a command line, you install the whole thing yourself, and it's very much, you know, sort of a modular system that you develop if you're a power user and you know what you're doing. It's not hard to get up and running, but this is considerably easier than that. And the reason I'm picking this is because it's easier and it's well supported. And for somebody just starting out, this is going to be a great way for you to begin learning. So anyways, once you're on their webpage, go to download, and over here, you want to make sure you get desktop, not server. You want to make sure you get 21.10. You could get long-term support, but I usually go with the newest thing right out of the batch. I like the newer stuff. I'm sure you will too. So once you're doing it, you're going to download this and save the file, and eventually you'll have an ISO. Now you want to get a standard flash drive. It doesn't matter how big it is, as long as it's 8 gigs, you're fine. Then you're going to go to a place called Balena Etcher, okay? Balena Etcher is a ISO writing tool for these kind of operating systems. So you download this tool and you basically start running it right over here. And this is cross-platform. So if you're on Microsoft, if you're on Windows, Mac, or Linux, it works no matter what. So you pick your ISO file here, you select your flash drive here, and you click flash here. It basically takes like 10 minutes, and once you're done, you get a brand new, shiny, juicy flash drive. So now it's time to boot into the OS. So all you have to do is basically stick your flash drive in, power on your computer, and when you see your like BIOS screen, just tap F7, F8, F9, F10, delete, whatever your boot menu key is, and select the USB drive option. And then you'll be booted into the live CD. One thing I will definitely tell you is when you boot into it, depending on what graphic card you have, you may end up running into some issues. Right now, I'm running an AMD graphic card, which means all of my stuff is basically built into Linux right now, part of being open source. But if you're on Team Green like NVIDIA, you might run into a couple problems, okay? It might be using an open source driver that frankly isn't up to snuff. But if you boot into the main menu, you should ultimately make it to this main screen. Now, I've been using this the entire time, all right? This is the live CD where you can sort of play around with Linux before you truly commit to it. But we're putting on the ring, we're getting married, we're getting hitched. Let's click install Ubuntu 21.10. So here's the installer. Now, if you've installed Windows, this is not going to be difficult. I'll walk you through it, okay? So pick your language. I'm English. All right, let's go continue. You want to pick your keyboard layout and everything, so I'm English US. Go ahead and continue. Now here you can pick normal or minimal install. If you don't want to have all the beautiful web browsers, utilities, office software, games, and media players, you can hit minimal. We're going to go with normal, okay? And now over here, you can also do install third-party software for graphics and Wi-Fi hardware and additional media formats. This is ideal, and you should probably click this because you're going to do it anyways at some point if you're using this for the long term. So yeah, you can also do download updates while installing Ubuntu. So if you do want to update the system, it'll just save you time anyway. So hit continue, and it'll prepare all the drivers, and we're going to move to the next step. In the meantime, while that's doing it, something you can't do with the Windows installer is play some goddamn stick RPG while it's happening. Like, you can't do this with the Windows 10 installer. You have to sit there and wait for the progress bar to go across. But I can play some good old stick RPG. So what you're going to do is when you get to this screen, install Ubuntu or erase disk. You want to make sure you go to erase disk. The first option is there to help you dual boot, but we just want to get in and install Linux, okay? So hit erase disk and go hit continue, and here you're going to have to pick which disk you're going to go with. So I know that I'm going to install into a 500 gigabyte SSD that I have plugged in. And here I've got 500 GB SanDisk Extreme 55 AE. I know this is what it is, but make sure so you don't format something and lose your files. So here you can hit install now, and without a doubt, you can walk away because now it's officially installing. So at this point, go make yourself a cup of coffee, have a good time. It will ask you this error, it will tell you this warning, it will destroy all data. Hit continue and go along, all right? And here it's going to actually wait. Hold on. It will ask you where you live. I'm going to pick Toronto because that's where I live. Your name. And here you're going to type in your name. So we're going to type in Muta. And your computer name, Muta, system product name. You can actually just call this whatever you want. I'm going to call this Muta-Linux. All right? Pick a username and then pick a password. I'm going to go with 123 just for the sake of this nonsense, okay? It is telling me it's a short password. I kind of don't care. Hit continue and just go with it. So here it's already installing it and it's having a good time. At this point, you could walk away and again, come back to this when it's all over. Okay, so here we are. You're probably seeing a purple screen. I'm signing on. It's actually detected this monitor as the first one, so it started up. Gonna skip it. Give me 1 second. Let me just change the displays to the main screen so we can actually see Linux in real time. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got Ubuntu ready to go. It's all fired up and it's all here. So you get a nice little fancy welcome screen, which basically tells you, would you like to have some privacy? Yeah, I don't need location services. Get out of here. And compared to Windows's, can we get a torch up your rectum to see the size of your anal cat? No, you don't have to. It's just location services. Disable it, okay? And then immediately it says, hey, would you like some software? I would just like to begin, okay? Let's hit done. So here's the main screen, and it all took a record amount of maybe like 5 minutes to get going, okay? Ubuntu has released new software, so here's the update screen. And compared to Windows' updates, I like to blank out everything. I'm going to walk you through the update process on Ubuntu. Usually, if it finds something underneath these very user-friendly versions of Linux, it'll just tell you. So all you have to do is effectively hit install now. And over here, it's going to download it, and that's it. It's done. It might ask you for a super user password, which we'll just see in a second once it's done downloading all of these updates. Ah, look at that. It's installing. You might look at that like, look at this hacker font text. This is just the terminal shell. Basically, what you would open up a terminal for to update anyways can all easily be done within some of these front-end GUI tools. So don't let any of it surprise you. Don't let any of it weird it out. This is basically how it works. Look at that. The software on this computer is up to date already right there. Bam, hit OK. There you go. You have an updated distribution. And the best part is there's no interruption on your end. So now we might be wondering, but Muda, how do we do anything? Now, to understand, the first thing you should do, especially if you're like an NVIDIA user, is open up the show applications and type in additional or just add. And as long as you see this additional driver key, hit it. And basically over here at this point, you definitely want to make sure that you have like proprietary drivers. If you want a game on this software, for instance, my 3090 is currently using Nouveau, which is open source, it's fine. But if you want a game, you want to eventually move to these proprietary ones. So in this case, you probably want to go to the highest NVIDIA driver. So it's driver 495 by NVIDIA. So you just want to enable it that way. I don't need to because I'm not using my NVIDIA card. I have an AMD card right here. So to understand, you might be like, but Muda, what can I do now? Well, there's plenty of software that you can get into, and it's really your choice, okay? This stuff doesn't really come with the bloat that you would expect from Windows anyways. It runs incredibly efficiently. To understand, let's go and install a browser, okay? Right now, we already have Firefox, but let's say you're like, Muda, I want Google Chrome. So here you're gonna go to Google Chrome, all right, like you would normally, hit OK, and you want to download Chrome. Now, the reason we went with Ubuntu and the reason I had such a hard on for this is because I said when I was telling you, hey, pick the one that people are using. Because if you pick the Linux distribution that most people use, the software and the development is more geared to that end. I'm not saying that you can't get away with other distributions. It's just you're going to have to do a little bit more on your own to get it working. So here we can pick deb or RPMs. Because you're on Ubuntu, your package manager is an apt package manager. So you download .deb files. That's your package files. RPM are for people using Fedora or OpenSUSE-based Linux distributions. If you're on Arch, you're on different stuff as well. So here we're going to download the 64-bit deb file. And as we download it, we're just going to save it somewhere on our system, download it. I'm going to walk you through the simplest ways of installing it, okay? So here you open up where the install is. You click on this little page right here. You click on this little file, and a package manager should pop up. So at some point it'll show up. Maybe it's just imaging because I've used it for the first time. Here it is. So it's going through a bit of a loading thing. Google Chrome Stable, the web browser from Google. All right, so you just hit the green install button and you pass it your sudo password, which is basically your admin password. And here you go, installing 20%, 80%, and bam, it's done. If it reminds you of anything, it should kind of remind you of your cell phone, the way you install apps, because generally the way you work with this operating system is this is one of the ways you install, the most common way. But once it's installed, all you have to do is open up your applications, and there should be Google Chrome. So bam, right there, make it the default browser. You got it, baby. Automatically send you just usage statistics? No, Google, go home. You're drunk. But here is Google Chrome. So if you ever wanted to waste your RAM, here's the best web browser for that. But now you might be like, but I'm a gamer, Muda. I want a game. See, for me, Linux is already there, all right? If you're doing stuff in a web browser like Google Docs, watching YouTube videos, some Netflix, the comparison to Windows is 1-to-1. Not only do you have a faster operating system, but it just works better for all that stuff anyways. But let's get to the real meat and potatoes. Let's say I'm a video editor. Well, there's a couple of video editing tools out there like Kdenlive, or if you're a professional, DaVinci Resolve. If you're somebody who uses Adobe like me, go home, polls closed. This isn't your turf right now. But let's say you're a gamer. Let's make this a gamer operating system. Well, like most gamers, we're gonna need a chat application. And for this, I use Discord, okay? Like most degenerates out there. And the reason, again, we went with Ubuntu is now that we're on their page, they have a nice download for Linux system. So a lot of the popular stuff is getting a Linux pick. But here we're gonna download the deb file. The tar.gz file is more for everybody who's using other variants of Linux. But since we're on Ubuntu, let's take advantage of it. Download that Debian file, and then all deb file, keep it, and launch it. And bam, here it is. Opens up your package manager, hit install, type your password, authenticate, you're good. Can we fire up the Discord? It just showed up. Bam! We're now downloading and getting Discord. It's fast as fuck, baby. Shit. In fact, let me sign on into it right now. Where's Discord? There's only 2 types of Discord users, both that belong in prison. Hell yeah, boys! We got a little bit of a we got a way to talk. Now you can communicate with all of your gamer friends as you would expect. Okay, so Discord's up. I'm gonna stop blurring the screen, and I'm actually going to quit Discord. Otherwise, you're gonna hear bloop 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 the entire time. You might be like, Muda, can I get rid of this creepy crackhead koala? Yes, you can. Right-click, change the background, and just go with whatever you want. The stars have never looked brighter. When speaking of the stars, we got a game a little bit, friends. So here's where the real gaming is going to happen. You're probably going to want to use a, gaming client software. And the biggest one right now is Steam. So you go to Steam, and here you go. Now, you might be wondering, okay, Muda, while you're doing that, what about Epic Games Launcher? What about Origins? There are ways to get that going through software like Lutris. However, it's not perfect. The reason Steam works is that it is built for Linux as well. So again, download the Steam dep file, save it, and install it as you normally would. Now, you might be wondering, okay, Muda, what about this dreaded command line people have been talking about on the internet? Well, you're probably going to come across it at some point. Like any boss in a video game, at some point you're going to have to face it. So here you're going to open up Terminal, which is a terminal shell. And in the terminal shell, you have access to basically doing a bunch of PowerShell-y things. Now, imagine it like this, okay? There's probably a million windows you have to flip through to do some power user thing on Windows or Mac. With Linux, you get the exact same experience, however much simplified if you know your command line. Over time, you will pick up the strats. But for now, let's go through something basic. Let's say I want to install something to look at my system stats, right? So neofetch. So the way that we're going to do this, we're going to do the word sudo, which is super user. Okay, we're going to be passing a super user command. You're going to need to do this if you're installing a full package. Then you do apt, which is your package installer for, Ubuntu, install, and then type neofetch. So these 4 words, once it's enter, then hit 123 your password, and here it's going to ask you, hey, we found your files, but after this operation, 55.5 megs of additional disk space is used. So just hit yes, it's going to download your files, and it's going to install it all for you. In the meantime, you can choose to do everything else, like log into your Steam account. All right, Steam's firing up. So while Steam's firing up, we can actually look at my stats. So this is a computer that I'm using, and as you can see right now, Linux is bringing on the pain. We've got Ubuntu, we've got kernel 5.13, which isn't the newest. Newest one is like 5.16 or 15. You're probably going to come across it if you use a rolling release distro like Arch, which is basically updated almost real time. This is updated in like waves. So you're going to have Ubuntu 21. It's going to upgrade next year like a Mac install or a Windows install usually would. So here I've got packages, and I've got like 1,700 packages in the system. All right, usually in a less bloated installation, it's going to be in the few hundreds. Then you've got, your desktop environment, but here I've got my CPU, which recognizes just fine, Ryzen 9 5950X, and both my graphic cards, the 6900 XT and the RTX 3090. Here's a pro tip. If you are on Linux and you are an AMD graphic card user, you're going to have a much more easier time than NVIDIA, simply because NVIDIA is really hard on about proprietary drivers, and AMD is very open source friendly. And there's a world of easeability between the two systems. If you are on Linux and you want to use the most compatible graphic driver, AMD is probably going to be your best bet. So inside my list, there are plenty of games that actually natively run perfectly fine on Linux. However, in this case, when we want to play Cyberpunk Valhalla Bartending Waifu, we just install it like we normally would. Because it's a Linux version of a game, we don't really have to worry about too many problems of compatibility. It should just work out of the box. In fact, we'll be able to see it real quickly. So hit play, launch the game, and here it is, launched on a different window. So bam, as you would expect, the game runs just fine. So it launched up. This is the Linux version of Valhalla Cyberpunk Bartending Waifu Action, all available. But we're going to close this off, and we're going to talk about what if you wanted to run a Windows game. Now, there are plenty of options, but Steam makes it really easy. So for instance, you can hit up Steam, go to your settings, and right where it says Steam Play, all you have to do is enable Steam Play for other titles, and you can pick Experimental Proton or the most recent stable version. I'm going to go with experimental, hit OK. You're going to be asked to restart Steam, and Steam's going to download Proton. So you might have heard of Proton. Proton is basically Valve's way of trying to run PC games on Linux. Okay, so the way that they're doing this is through something called Wine, DXVK, and various other technologies. How these technologies work is they translate the Windows call to Linux in real time. And this also involves things like graphics. So for instance, DXVK is brought in to translate graphic calls of DirectX 11 and potentially 12 to Vulkan, which is the open-ended graphic layer out there, okay? So this is basically a lot of computer magic happening to make your Windows gaming experiences easier. Now, you might have also heard about anti-cheats. Valve is working with BattleEye, Easy Anti-Cheat, and various individuals to literally allow anti-cheats on Linux, which would be a huge bonus. Right now, the most popular games do not work because of anti-cheat issues. If Valve can bring this to the party, then you can start to play games like Rainbow Six Siege, hopefully, if the developers allow it, and other big titles like Halo Master Chief Collection, maybe even Halo Infinite, all underneath Linux. Now, of course, with the Steam Deck and its promises, it might actually be closer than you would expect. And with the amount of involvement Linux gaming has gotten, remember, we used to play Halo 1 and be impressed that it ran. This is a big deal. If you asked me 5 years ago if Linux was this impressive, I wouldn't be able to recommend it. But now, it literally took us less than an hour to get a Linux distribution working flawlessly with gaming right now. So, for instance, Resident Evil 2 Remake is one of my favorite games, and the fact that it runs flawlessly, maximum settings, 5K underneath my Linux distribution, is absolutely jaw-droppingly great. It runs out of the box, no issues, because of Valve Steam Proton. I can also use Proton to download Cyberpunk 2077 and play that on my actual system through GOG's launcher and using Lutris, which allows me to expand my gaming beyond you could expect. And there are some pretty cool gamer tools. You might be wondering, okay, Muda, besides gaming, can I even put in things like overlays? Yes, you can. It's actually quite easy. There's something called Mango HUD that you can basically just download, and you can install, get it running going, and it's absolutely piss easy to get it enabled on almost any Steam game. And it gives you some pretty good stats. Beyond that, there's also really good support for older games. If you're playing something like Mirror's Edge, for instance, that actually has old school libraries like PhysX, where you can get some cool physics effects going on, it actually installs just like you would a Windows game. Same prompt and everything, all underneath Proton, and you can have an absolutely amazing time replaying this game. Virtual reality is one of them. But I will say, if you're going into the world of VR, it's probably advisable that you walk into virtual reality with something from Valve. I know Oculus stuff might seem tempting from a price perspective, but given how VR and how restricted some things are, it does become an issue. Oculus has a Windows app. However, going to Linux, it doesn't natively support it at all, which again is a big problem if you're trying to get it running on PC for VR. Valve stuff, great. Facebook stuff, Meta stuff, absolutely not. Emulation is basically all the way there on Linux anyways. If you want to run the same emulators on Linux that you were running on PC anyways, or Windows, you're going to have a fine time. Dolphin is there, PCSX2 is there, RPCS3, everything under the book is available. RGB is going to be your one main concern in this situation, because with Linux, a lot of the third-party software, like for instance my SteelSeries stuff, just does not exist on Linux, nor does it work. There are workarounds, but it becomes more of a headache than it's worth in my opinion. One of my all-in-one coolers, for instance, has a software on Windows that works just fine. However, you have to rely on like third-party software to even get half the functionality underneath Linux. It's getting better, but if you're like an RGB hound, it's still so far away from the mark in my opinion that if that's their make it and break it, I wouldn't switch over. But then again, in my opinion, it's a small sort of deal. Again though, this doesn't mean that the experience is flawless. You're going to run into issues. This distribution I'm only recommending to you is because it is that easy to get it running. And you can do power user stuff with it too. Let's say you want it to run virtual machines, pass graphic cards through, do all the power stuff. You can 1000% do it with Ubuntu and do it with ease as well. So don't let anybody knock on you for playing on an easy Linux distribution. That's not the hardest thing. The fact is, if you can get this running running and you can use it around and realize that maybe you don't need Windows. This might be a juicy sterling option. However, Windows has some benefits to it. Let's say you're a Game Pass subscriber. You're probably going to be needing Windows to run Windows UWP apps. So unfortunately, in that regard, Microsoft, through software, might still be relevant for years on end. That said, though, the option for a competitive other second choice is there, and it's Linux. And you know, I've seen these videos pop up from time to time, but I really wanted to make a video where I can talk about the ease of use, because really the hardest thing about Linux is trying to get somebody to use it once, trying to make it look like it's not built for programmers. The reality is you're going to be using the terminal at some point. You're going to be getting your feet wetter than what I've already shown you. But this is your first step into it. You got Discord running. You got to play some video games. You got to watch some Netflix. Now the world is yours. You finally jumped in. The tutorial phase is over, and you do what you have to do, baby. That being said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike it if you dislike it. I am out.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Not LE friendly.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and you should pat yourself on the back and have some goddamn positivity. You want to know why? Because we survived yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. And I know there's going to be somebody in the comments who's like, but Muda, time zones are different in the world. Listen. 5th September was the end of the world, apparently, and we all managed to survive it. Now, you might be wondering, ooh, Muda, I wasn't up to that. I didn't catch up to the end of the world. Well, I'm going to teach you a little bit about the end of the world, boys and girls. As you can see, this is a Wikipedia article that covers, pretty much all the end times predicted. I mean, everyone has every single human being has pretty much thought that they could predict the end of the world, like Theota predicted, all the way up to Pope Innocent III. Of course, the rationality for it is always different every single time and date, but a lot of people have predicted the end of the world. Now, this is a long list, and the reason I'm bringing any of this up is to tell you no one can predict the end of the world, because we all live in a virtual machine, and it takes one bad day from the overseer to Alt F4 out of our system for existence. So, really, it could be any day, any hour, any minute, any second. But this is a Reddit board called 5th September 2020. And as you can see, the background has actually changed. There's a lot of coping going on. And maybe there's a Shutterstock watermark. I don't know. A community devoted to surviving 5th September 2020. Join us, read the rules. It's got like 16,500 survivors. So let me get some of that G Fuel in my system, and bam, let's go read some of this shit. Now, I'm gonna be real. This should be a pinned post on the Reddit board. They actually decided to point out that people had prophetic dreams about the 5th of September. True facts. People shared those dreams. Yes. They formed this community. Yes. A lot of people here believe that the world may end, but an actual proper belief on this Reddit is that there's gonna be a lot of bad events that should have happened yesterday, right? Which they did not. They really didn't happen yesterday. If anything, we've had bad events throughout all of 2020. But with all that said, I think if the board was to say that, it would be kind of like a happy, weird coincidence. Regardless, nothing bad really happened yesterday, and we all managed to survive all the plethora of bad fucking events that had occurred on the 5th of September. Goddamn. Now,
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Libby, where's the golf cart?
oh, hey there, guys and gals. How's it going? Caught me early today. Let's see. I got a big old alert on my phone. Let's see. 16 billion passwords just leaked. The world's largest data breach just happened. I really wish I wasn't living through a historical moment right about now. Ooh, no, 16 billion Apple, Facebook, and Google passwords leaked. You better act now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I started seeing everyone sort of talk about this. 16 billion logins were discovered. But thankfully, Apple Insider was like, don't panic. Out of all of the actual crazy news that I've seen, leave it to maybe a couple of people that disarm crazy levels of panic. So again, I'm not here to scare you. I'm not here to fearmonger you. Okay, I'm here to kill your panic a little bit. Are there passwords leaked? Absolutely. Do you have to necessarily worry? I guess it depends. And the long answer I'll give you, but the short answer is, as long as you've got that password manager and you've got that two-factor authentication, I think you can go back to playing whatever video game you just were, and hopefully not have to worry about somebody breaking into your very, very personal information. But let me give you the longer answer, okay? Let me walk you through exactly what's been going on. So first off, 16 billion passwords that have been leaked. I mean, that's an insane amount. You know, when you look at the world population, we're at like, what, 8.2 billion people? I mean, thank God we're pumping babies out 2 to 1 right now, okay? People are growing, people are dying, it's crazy. But yeah, 16 billion passwords effectively means that, what, did everyone in this list just get hacked twice? Even the embryos? Surely that doesn't make any sense. Now, I decided to look further into this to see how much of information provided was actually valid. And by the way, this has got some really crazy quotes that I've been seeing. So for instance, the researchers inside this situation have said that this is not just a leak. It's a blueprint for mass exploitations. With over 16 billion login records exposed, cyber criminals now have unprecedented access to personal credentials that can be used for account takeover, identity theft, and highly targeted phishing. You know, when I open up a lot of those like AIs that I show you all the time where people like, you know, write crazy phishing emails. You know, back in the day it was like the whole Nigerian prince thing. You know, where somebody like sat down and they wrote an email to like hundreds of people, thousands of people, and maybe like one person was gullible enough to fall for it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, nowadays things have gotten pretty crazy when it comes to phishing people for information, right? Now, to just give you a quick phishing example, so to speak, since we loaded up this actual AI into this, right? This uncensored artificial intelligence. Let's say that you're somebody named Tom Smith and you work at the Honey Trading Company. You're a marketing executive. Nowadays, to write targeted phishing emails, somebody can just load up an uncensored AI and ask it, write me a phishing email. So I even asked the AI, the guy's a marketing executive, please try to figure out the best way to get this fucking idiot to open up a goddamn attachment. And as soon as I feed this to the artificial intelligence, it'll write me a pretty quick actual like phishing email. Now you can modify and change these things around to your heart's content, but we're long past the days of Nigerian phishing emails where again people were just generally targeted because it was easy to send a massive mailer to like hundreds of thousands of people. Now if you want to specifically target somebody, just have a little bit of information on them and you might be able to create something a little convincing. So to go back, what they said what's especially concerning is the structure and recency of these data sets. These aren't just old breaches being recycled, this is fresh, weaponizable intelligence at scale. So that seems really scary, right? And when I wanted to see how they got it, right, is this information somewhere out in the open on a forum? According to the researchers, they basically got to see just a little bit of this data as it was being temporarily accessible through unsecured elastic searches or object search instances, right? And again, for anybody that doesn't know what Elasticsearch is, they're referring to these open source, searching platforms and whatnot, right? They briefly got a peek into the data, but not enough, I guess, to really see who was playing around with it, okay? Which is a little bit odd. So when it comes to a data breach, the first thing I did was I went to Who's Been Pwned, right? Have I Been Pwned? And this is a great site by a researcher, Troy Hunt, who basically catalogs, him and his team catalog some of the most recent breaches. And as long as you go to their website, you can type in your email address and it will tell you if your email address has been part of a breach. So you can basically figure out, have you been breached somewhere? Where do I need to change my passwords? Yada, yada, yada. There's other platforms too, again, Cyber News' own password leak checker. Or again, you can go over here and type in password. So for instance, if I use an old password, it'll say, yeah, it's got detected 406 times in leaked databases. This is back before I knew anything that I was doing. And now if I use one of my passwords, it is completely safe for now. If I use a variation of other passwords or even just this one, it's still pretty safe. So again, things are a little bit different for me. And I'll get into a bit of a story why down the road. But again, over here, ladies and gentlemen, it seems to be pretty scary sounding. Until, of course, you kind of look at it and realize it really isn't all that scary. In fact, a lot of these big privacy companies like Proton, for instance, I use their mailing service for crying out loud, was just going 16 billion passwords leaked. You read that right. Billion. Info stealers are eating good. So yes, the way they ended up getting these passwords, right, these mega passwords that were being shared around, was through something known as info stealers, right? Now, of course, the way an info stealer works is I'm going to have a quick virtual machine right over here. So this is a VM that I have, and of course, I downloaded a info stealer virus, actually one that was floating around literally, I think, earlier today. So for instance, at the malware bazaar, I went to the bazaar and I decided to go get an info stealer for my system. Particularly, I got this donut info stealer, Luma stealer virus, okay? So I go to their website, I download the sample, and lo and behold, I have it right here on my actual desktop. So this cute little bear that I have sitting around, yeah, this cute little bear is about to steal my information. So I'm going to double click. And of course, operation did not complete successly because of a virus. Oh my God, Microsoft is protecting me? It's just a cute bear. Microsoft's being really overprotective. You know, people are like, why don't you use the new antivirus, Muda? Well, it's because the one that comes with Microsoft is just god tier. So anyways, now that I allowed this to happen, this Beaver Notes application is firing up. You start to see that little circle twirl around, and boom, it just stole all my information. That's how this entire situation works, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever wonder why virus investigation isn't as, you know, bombastic as you think sometimes, most of the times the virus, you know, very rarely will sometimes throw up a little terminal prompt, you know, scare you a little bit. But yeah, my information is stolen. What happened was I connected to a command server, it stole everything it could off of the system. Thank God it was a virtual machine, and will kill it very promptly. So that's how these passwords were amassed. Now, according to the guys over at Cyber News, the data sets were actually part of many. So the 20 data sets that were all sort of combined together had millions upon millions of entries. So basically what had happened was a lot of information from, you know, previous data breaches, not even recent in some cases it seems, actually got fused together. And that is why, you know, this is a kind of a nothing burger story to an extent, okay? Because it really is just, you know, all these big news agencies, these like people that really don't know what they're talking about, slapped the biggest number they could, and technically, this is the biggest data breach that has ever occurred in history. But honestly, when you look past the clickbait and you look past the hype, if you will, the fear-mongering, it really isn't all that spooky. So again, even the researchers are like, there's no way to compare data between different data sets. It's safe to say that overlapping records are present. So obviously, just because there's 16 billion entries doesn't mean it's 16 billion people's unique information, okay? It's not even fucking possible. Even if it was like, you know, just duplicated information, it's just, again, it's a big number that's supposed to be scary. It's just, it could be 100 billion accounts that have been leaked, okay? And it wouldn't change the story in any way. But one thing that's really huge is obviously down over here, they said that information connected to every single organization. So Apple, Facebook, Google, GitHub, and Telegram, and then even various government services. So that alone is really huge. Now, somebody that knows his cybersecurity, and I understand how this plays in the grand scheme, anytime a company as large as this gets hacked, okay, there needs to be some statements that happen. Now, first off, I want you to just do a little thought experiment in your head, okay? Apple and Google and these companies are huge, right? So if all of them got hacked, all right, and had their shit breached out for the world to basically pick through, you know, either the hacker in this situation is like God, okay, or, you know, if we're going to be looking at it from a realistic sense of like who could be behind it, right? You know, even the North Koreans, which are some of the best hackers in the world, I don't even think we're able to pull it off. Even, you know, people from like what, the Israeli Shin Bet, the Mossad or whatever, that, you know, were responsible with like the delivery of Stuxnet, one of the craziest virus attacks of all time. Even those guys wouldn't be good enough to have this shit happen in tandem, right? So again, it's just, it doesn't make sense. And that's what I want to get at with this video, right? Like, let you think a little bit critically. Even if you're not a cybersecurity expert, right? You just saw something like this blow up and people are asking you, this is how you think about the situation critically. Now, the big thing is, when a company as large as this gets hacked, what you need to do is check if they have a Form 8-K. So for anybody that doesn't know, in the United States, when you're a US company, if you get hacked, right, as of July 26, 2023, you have to disclose every material cybersecurity incident under item 1.05 of Form 8K. And you can look these up through the SEC all the time. So, by the way, none of these companies have tripped a Form 8K. And from my understanding, they have literally 4 days from discovery to at least notify people of this. Now, again, if you remember back in 2021 when like Twitch got hacked, for instance, right? Even though Twitch's hack was probably nowhere really near what's being talked about over here, they had to, again, tell their entire shareholders, more specifically the users that use Twitch TV, hey guys, we got hacked. This is exactly what got leaked out, so this is how you can take care of yourself. Now, even when it comes to every company that they claimed was hacked over here, remember Apple, Google, these guys have some of the best world-class cybersecurity like teams imaginable. So for all of them to get hacked in tandem is just kind of a little bit silly to jump into. And given the fact that, again, people like Troy Hunt, people that are whose whole livelihoods and brand are about these kind of breaches, haven't really come out and confirmed this stuff, just shows you that this is all just kind of hoopla that's happening, right? Just for the sake of, again, freaking people out for no real reason. Now, again, the good thing that I can tell you is if this worries you, then I guess I'm going to assume that you're probably not somebody that's good with your passwords. And this is where I want to just give you a quick little story about something back in the day. You know, about like, what, 10 years ago when I started my YouTube channel, I actually did end up getting my channel hacked. And from my understanding, got my channel hacked by an actual fan at the time. Somebody that was watching like haunted gaming videos. They sent my YouTube channel's Google email account that is not publicly known an email. They sent me an email of them like, you know, able to log into the Google account. Now, at the time, it was kind of freaky, right? I was like, oh my God, somebody had hacked me. But thankfully, this was not a hacker that was maliciously attacking me, and it gave me a wake-up call to change my security around. Now, ever since then, you know, when I realized that my password got hacked, that password I put in earlier was a password that I just kept on reusing because honestly, I was lazy, and you know, I just didn't really, you know, have the foresight, so to speak. Now, in this situation, what I did, like, literally almost, 10 years ago at this point, was go into my actual, like, you know, system. I spent probably 4 or 5 hours going to every single website that I use, or every single login that I knew, and I changed the password through a password manager. And so the password manager that I recommend wholeheartedly is Bitwarden, right? This is what you have to be using, at least in my opinion. This is the best one that I found. And the reason I use it is because it's cross-platform. So whether you're on iOS, Android, PC, Mac, Linux, whatever the fuck, this thing just works. And even for like, a enterprise level, like at the company, I probably spend like around $100 a year to get like the enterprise version for all of our computers. And I think it's one of the best password managers, right? So basically you have one really long password you got to remember, and inside these password managers, what they do is use entropic tables to generate you new passwords with, you know, capital, lowercase letters, numbers, symbols, everything that you can customize it however you need to for whatever service. And once you get these passwords generated, the best part about it is if down the road something gets breached, like, let's say that you're using, I don't know, Nexus Mods, right? Nexus Mods gets breached, which it could happen. It could happen to any service. The random password you generated with Nexus Mods, well, that's not going to really be applicable to the other services that you use. Now, the other thing is, obviously, please use two-factor authentication. And I ain't talking about text messages or emails. I'm talking about app-based authenticators, okay? There's a lot of free apps that you can use. You got Google Authenticator, you got Microsoft Authenticator, you got shit like Authy. Use as much of these as you can for almost every single service you have. And again, if it sounds like it's annoying, remember, a little nuisance can save you a whole heck of a lot of headaches down the road, especially when you're dealing with hacks that are apparently as bombastic as this. So that's why I kind of said, like, the number really doesn't matter, right? As long as you're following basic safety procedures, none of the story really matters, right? This is all just needless hoopla. Ultimately, at the end of the day, when it comes to this password, somebody took a bunch of breaches that already happened, flopped that shit together, and then basically put it up onto a drive. And I guess a bunch of researchers thought, ooh, this must be scary. It must be actionable. And you know what? In some cases it could be, but dude, let's chill with the misinformation. So yeah, use a password manager, use two-factor authentication, and if this was a wake-up call to you, then maybe you need to look inwards at some of your practices on the internet. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
134, same location, 194 westbound. Copy, Arizona.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ford, it's Arizona 7, Robert Adam, 0 Henry Edward, white.
27 negative 1029, expires 9/2025. On an 2008 white Ford, sorry about that, on a Ford Edge out of Williams.
Walking to me, yeah.
1242, ISO T225 northbound, HOV lane, unknown minivan, a white male waving down traffic.
1240, up to 19.
1240, 10 44226 hours. It's going to be just south of Carefree Highway near milepost 222.
1240, that'll be Metro West, I'll still continue.
I'll move it down.
1261, I can go with 1241 to 22.
I'll put you on the call. $15.24, good.
She's got 926 AAA coming. She has a phone. I'll be 98.
$14.27. 533.
Ma'am, I had 2 101s on my call. Can you run them, please?
10-4.
3 and 1097, we are off right. There is guardrail damage. And we do have some fluid in the number 2 lane. If we can keep ADOT coming just to clean that up. And copy Arizona 28.
Tipper, and go ahead with that 1028, sir.
Arizona Charles, Mary Tom, 6690 on a white Tacoma. And we are at 327.
327. 1428 hours. Let ADOT know.
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole that insurance companies don't want you to know about. I was paying over...
Alright, I'm back with another ham clock video. And somebody asked me, well, can this thing do regular time? And I said, I don't think so. And then I forgot that there's actually another clock that can be displayed here, and it's called the DE time or the local time. You're the DE, the DX is the DX. So if you bring your mouse up here, can you see that little red thing? Left click it. Right.
Yes, sir, good.
113, the fluid that's in the number 2 is used.
And I'm back with another hand clock video. And somebody asked me, well, can this thing do regular time? And I said, I don't think so. And then I forgot that there's actually another clock that can be displayed here, and it's called the DE time or the local time. You're the DE, the DX is the DX. So if you bring your mouse up here, can you see that little red thing?
All the vehicles are off the roadway.
Left click it, right click it, it doesn't matter, okay? You see it says DE format, and we got digital 12-hour clock. Or we can do annotated analog, which I don't really know what that means. But if it's like, say, let's say you click all info, and then you click OK, it'll pull up like military time, which is 1955, August 4th. And
Limu Limo at your service.
Here. And I'm back with another ham clock video. And somebody asked me, well, can this thing do regular time? And I said, I don't think so. And then I forgot that there's actually another clock that can be displayed here, and it's called the DE time or the local time. You're the DE, the DX is the DX. So if you bring your mouse up here, if you can see that little red thing, left click it, right click it, it doesn't matter, okay? You see it says DE format, and we got digital 12-hour clock. Or we can do annotated analog, which I don't really know what that means. But if it's like, say, let's say you click all info and then you click OK, it'll pull up like military time, which is 1955, August 4th, and then it'll say, I guess 35 north, 112th west. That's supposed to be my grid square, but it's not. My grid square is DM34, and it's 34 point something. And it's a negative 112, so I don't know if this thing's correct. But anyway, let's click it again. We get the simple analog. We can click that and say OK. Now we have this analog. Click it again. We do calendar, and it will give us military time and the calendar. And click it.
Now is no time for discomfort. Now is no time for the unexpected. It's Gettle time.
At this point, I do believe it is safe to declare that Debian Linux has gone full woke. Full off their rocker, super discriminatory, crazy woke. We have so many things, so many news items over the last few months and few years that it just can't be ignored anymore. Discrimination against white males and Asian males, covering for registered sex offenders, censoring people who have the audacity of trying to warn people about registered sex offenders working on the Debian project and going to Debian events. The project officially virtue signaling about leaving X and being anti-Elon and all sorts of other crazy things. And now they've gone ahead and started a campaign for removing offensive, air quotes offensive, packages from the Debian Linux, from the upcoming Debian Linux 13 release, and all while supporting and basically giving the big thumbs up to anti-white racism and anti-straight or anti-cis bigotry. It's crazy. The number of things that the Debian Linux project is doing, in most cases officially, that are just psychotically woke is off the charts. And I hate to go down that road because I've been a user of Debian Linux for years. For years, whether it's Debian itself or derivatives of Debian. I mean, it's very rare over the last 20 years that I haven't had at least one machine or one server or laptop somewhere running a version of Debian. So this kind of sucks. I'm going to read through a couple of these things real quick so you guys can judge for yourself. If you think I'm completely mental and I am jumping to conclusions, you're more than welcome to think that, but I'm going to show you what I think here. I'm going to show you the various news items that I feel like led to this. The most recent one, I'm just going to read what I posted here over on X. The Debian Linux team is removing offensive quotes for the Fortune application. You guys all know the Fortune application. It's been around the Unix world for forever. You know, you type Fortune and you get a Fortune. It just spits out a random quote from a random text quote file. And one of those files is deemed the offensive quote package, right? So if you install the Fortune application and the packages that are for offensive quotes, offensive Fortune, offensive little phrases, your jokes, and then when you run Fortune, you pass in the -o parameter, meaning I want to see the offensive quotes from it. That's what we're talking about here. It's been around forever. Now, most of the quotes and jokes and whatnot in the Fortune files, in the offensive Fortune files, are not that offensive. Some of them are offensive, but most of them aren't that offensive. Some of them are funny, some of them are not. It's kind of all over the map. But I wanted to make sure you had the background on this here. Okay. Now, so Debian Linux team is removing the offensive quotes packages for the Fortune application, specifically for the Spanish and Italian translations of the quote packages for the next release of Debian. Some of the package maintainers have noted that these packages have existed inside of Debian, specifically these offensive packages, since 2003, so for the last 22 years, nearly a quarter of a century, with 0 complaints from users, not one. Maintainers also noted that it is impossible to see those offensive quotes accidentally, as it requires, 1, installing a non-default package that you have to go looking for, and 2, you have to issue a specific command line flag after that to even see the offensive quotes. So you have to really try to see the offensive quotes, right? Just the same, the Debian team has determined that it is a serious issue. They literally marked it as serious, and that Debian 13 cannot ship, which it is scheduled to ship on August 9th, which is, as at the time of me recording this, less than 5 days from now, that it cannot ship Debian 13 until those offensive quote packages are removed. I'm just going to read you a couple of quotes here because this is, some of it is just hilarious here. So there's 2 bugs in the Debian bug reports. Offensive fortunes have been removed in English. This package has no place in Debian. Hi. With my release team hat on, I'm reinforcing the decision of the community team that the offensive flavors of Fortune packages don't have a place in Debian anymore. Please drop Fortune * off binary packages. Basically saying, this was from Paul Gevers from the Debian community team and Debian release team, saying that it doesn't have a place in Debian anymore. And they really held to that. They are saying flat out, there is no way that they can release Debian 13 with these offensive packages in it. And I should be clear, it's not installed by default, right? You have to really work for it. Now, one of the maintainer of, I think this is the Spanish package, no, the Italian offensive or off-color packages, that package that has the text file in it, had this to say. Let me start by saying that Fortune IT off, the offensive Italian package, has existed since 2003, and there have been 0 complaints from offended people in these 22 years. It's not pulled as a dependency by anything, and even if installed, Fortune package won't display that content unless the -O switch is passed, like I was mentioning. I think it's fair to assume that nobody has ever seen offensive content from that package by mistake. And he goes on to say that there's really no reason to remove this. I mean, it's kind of a historical quirk. I mean, is it an important part of the operating system? No, it's absolutely not. But it's been around for years. I mean, Fortune has existed for friggin' ever, and it's a historically interesting package to have around. One of the other Debian project contributors responded to that. Clearly not a fan of the offensive package. Quote, if it is the case, the removal requests get my full support. Sexism, racism, and such are not, never were, and cannot be funny, not even in a package explicitly labeled as such. Okay, now just to point this out, sexism, racism, and such can actually often be funny. There are so many comedians. I'm not gonna start spouting off like some of my favorite, say, Norm Macdonald quotes and comments right now. But if you go look through some of the greatest Norm Macdonald bits, some of them are pretty racist and pretty sexist. In a funny way. They're funny. Yes, they can absolutely be funny. So whoever wrote this is just really stupid. This guy goes on to say, I have no problem with offensive humor, but oppressive, quote, jokes are something else that should not be tolerated in the universal operating system, meaning Debian. Making fun of cis-het white males can be offensive, and it's okay. While making fun of people already suffering from discrimination is oppressive, and that's not okay. Okay. You hear what they just said there? Making fun of cis-het white males, so meaning straight white men, can be offensive, and it's okay. So the stance from Debian appears to be it is absolutely okay to say something, to make an offensive, quote, joke against straight white males. But it is not okay to make an offensive joke against anyone else. Ooh, fancy. It's crazy. It's crazy that is the stance, and it does seem to be going forward. They do seem to be removing these packages from Debian. And if this was a lone isolated incident, this would just be a funny, quirky news report. Like, I would be like, hey, do you hear about Debian getting rid of the offensive text file package? Okay, whatever. It's funny. It's weird that they're doing it, but okay. All right, fine. You know what? They can make that decision. The thing is, this is a pattern. It's a pattern of continuous discrimination against specific groups and support of other groups. Specifically, I want to call out this. You may remember, what date was this? This was back on July 7th, so last month. You may remember the case of Jeremy Beecha. Well, Jeremy Beecha and Marco Deitri got together, two Debian developers, and began defacing the wiki of the Ex Libre project, right? The fork of Xorg. And they began defacing the Ex Libre project wiki, these two Debian developers, by specifically calling them Nazis and saying that it's a Nazi bar, and as far as I could tell, trying to incite violence against anyone who would dare have the audacity to fork an open source X11 server. It's very, very bizarre that they did this, but they did it, right? And they did it for very strange, angry political reasons. They defamed people. It's crazy. It's crazy that they did this. Debian never spoke out against it. Not ever. They took no action whatsoever to stop it, to reprimand their contributors for being a part of that. One of those contributors, one of those Debian contributors, his name was Jeremy Beecha. Jeremy Beecha, it turns out, is a registered sex offender who had committed thousands of assaults of little girls, little children, little kids, like as young as 9. Thousands of assaults. Was convicted. I don't know if he was. I don't remember how many he was convicted of, but he was convicted of quite a few of them. And he's a registered sex offender. Debian, the Debian project, to my knowledge, and I've been looking and asking them about this, has never, to this day, to this moment, warned their developers, their contributors, or their users that a registered sex offender who is documented and admitted to having performed thousands of assaults on little kids was amongst them. From a pure safety standpoint, that is appalling that Debian would protect him for that. Appalling. In fact, let me see this here. This last July, Jeremy Beecha was scheduled to speak, and I believe he did speak, as far as I know, at the annual Debian conference, DebConf 25, where Debian, the DebConf organizers, were specifically talking about having kids at the conference. Where they were specifically talking about childcare and daycare and bringing kids and families being there. They never informed people that there was going to be a registered sex offender who had thousands of assaults under his belt, that he was going to be there specifically representing as a representative of both Debian and GNOME. Never once did they do that. In fact, do I have this here? Yes, I have this here. In fact, multiple portions of the Debian community began actively suppressing, silencing, and censoring anyone who brought up the topic. People who went on to the Debian subreddit, which is heavily moderated by members of the Debian community and people who have been longtime contributors to Debian. People ask, why is Debian allowing a serial abuser of children to speak at DebConf? And it gets deleted. It gets removed. It gets silenced. So not only was Debian not informing people, they were taking active, proactive steps to make sure that their users, their contributors, their conference attendees did not know that they were in danger. That is, they spent effort to hide that, to cover for a registered sex offender, to support and help hide a registered sex offender. Horrific. And it goes on and on and on. Debian, was this back in January? Debian decided to do one heck of a big old virtue signaling push. They decided to leave X, right, the new Twitter, right, citing things like, oh, Elon Musk and how problematic Elon Musk is, and talking about diversity and fake news and gender issues. And they posted their final post on X. The Debian publicity team will no longer post on X/Twitter. We took this decision since we feel X doesn't reflect Debian shared values as stated in our social contract, code of conduct, and diversity statement. X evolved into a place where people we care about don't feel safe. I mean, just a big, giant pile of virtue signaling. It's just one thing after another. What else we got? What else we got here? Oh, yeah. So, also, when was this story? Back in October, I reported on this, but this has been an ongoing thing, actually, for a few years now. Debian has been working with an organization called Outreachy. Outreachy, for those of you who aren't aware, is an organization that helps to provide paid short-term, like 3-month-long internships for people to work in open source, on open source projects, at open source companies, and the like, right? So they do low-paid but paid internships, which in and of itself is a good thing. I like the idea of paid internships working on open source and free software. Great. However, Outreachy specifically calls out that everyone on Earth is welcome to be part of Outreachy's outreach programs, except for straight white men and straight Asian men. And Debian went along with this in a very big way, including having lists of demographics on their website that they were encouraging to apply for internships at Debian. And those demographics included everybody on Earth, except straight white men and straight Asian men. You need not apply. You are not welcome. See, it's an overarching pattern. We're seeing it time and time again. And then of course, right, just coming out right now, they make the statement, sexism, racism, and such are not, never were, and cannot be funny. Making fun of cis, het, white males can be offensive, and it's okay. Well, making fun of other people, is not okay. There's no such thing in our current society, they say, as anti-white racism or anti-male sexism. That's what their direct statement. That's messed up. I want to kind of summarize them and put this out there as a little food for thought for all of you. A key Debian contributor is a registered sex offender convicted of thousands of assaults of small children. Debian has not warned their contributors or users of this fact. They also allowed the sex offender to speak at conferences with women and children without warning attendees. The Debian team says making fun of cis white people is okay, but if anyone else is made fun of, that is so bad that it is a showstopper bug that will hold up a major Debian release. And all that's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy. Now, all throughout every single one of these stories, I've reached out to Debian repeatedly. No response. None whatsoever. Not a single comment. Nothing. Nothing at all. They have, however, repeatedly censored and silenced anyone who asks questions about these topics, these news stories. Repeatedly censoring them. So at this point, I think it's fair to say, has Debian gone full woke? Of course they have. Wildly, crazily, off the chartsily, full woke. Luckily, there are other Linux distributions out there that have not. A Debian fork known as Devuan has not. Open Mandriva has not. There are Linux distributions out there that are not full woke, and that is worth noting. But oh my gosh. Now, again, if Debian thinks I'm off base on any of this, reach out to me. Do the responsible thing and actually have an open discussion with a journalist covering what you are doing, Debian. I don't think they will, because they haven't for years. They just stay totally silent about all this stuff. But my guess is, if people bring up any of this to them, that you'll get censored. If you post this on their subreddits or talk about them on social media in certain ways, they'll censor you any way they can. They absolutely will. I'm 99% sure that they will, based on their past track record. I would like to, however, be proven wrong. I would love, absolutely just adore being proven wrong on this. I would love to see Debian contact me. I would love to see Debian make a statement about some of these things, about their extreme levels of racism and sexism and bigotry that they've put forth, about their strange virtue signaling, which is just bizarre, their covering for registered sex offenders. I would love to hear from them on a wide variety of these topics. So if I'm wrong on anything, or I just am failing to understand your viewpoint, Debian, get a hold of me. If you send me comments, I will publish them in full. Because I'm not here to hide anything that you're saying. I want people to know exactly what Debian thinks. You want to come on my show? Well, I'll interview you. We'll talk about it. I'm a nice guy. I won't bite. Anyway, thank you to the Lunduke Journal subscribers for allowing this coverage to occur, because heaven knows the other tech journalists won't do it. So thank you. Go to lunduke.com and click on some links there. Lots and lots of crazy good links. You can download the MP4 files. There's a RSS audio podcast feed, which is where most of you get the shows. You can also watch on Locals and Rumble, on X, on Facebook, on Patreon, even on YouTube. I'm everywhere, man. The Lunduke Journal is everywhere. It's fantastic. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, nerds and nerdettes, across the inner tubes, I do declare, end broadcast.
29, Bella D. David, corrective lines.
10-4, thank you.
Engine 5111 Alpha, medical 6130 is Copper Hill Drive. On cargo band, and the broadcast at 1455 hours.
Watch your clearing a step 20. Air 01, go ahead.
10-4, contact Edward 41. He's in the Camp Verde 103. Ask him to go to the front of the office. Individual needs to file some 1017s with him.
10-4.
And 8. You can show me on board with Nora 56, please. Thank you.
Chino 42, Beacon 98-2.
Constable 2, I'm going to be back out at Robbie's restaurant in Rimrock for 17.
Constable 2, 10-4.
Go ahead, sir.
Be a two-part last. First of Hernandez, Henry Edward Robert, Nora Adam Nora David Edward Zebra. Second of Castillo, Charles Adam Sam Tom Ida Lincoln Lincoln Ocean. First of Nicholas, Nora Ida Charles Ocean Lincoln Adam Sam. Date of birth 10/26/1958 58.
10-4, sir. Arizona comes up with a dummy file.
I copy, sir. Thank you. I'm secure.
I copy, secure 1458.
Copy traffic. It's going to be eastbound at Wall Street.
Okay, here's what you want to do.
This is our 1982 Dodge Charger 2.2, and last time you saw it, we forced it back to life after it had sat since 1990 through great effort. And well, at the end of that video, I said that I was going to attempt to daily drive it, and we're just going to ignore the holes in the floor. It makes it nice and easy since there's carpet covering them now. I mean, it had a bits and chunks, but it seems to be either
Limu Limo at your service. Here to help you save hundreds by customizing your car insurance with Liberty.
my latest financial mistake. A 1982 Dodge Charger 2.2. Says it right there on the hood. Lets everyone know you have a small engine. Hasn't been registered since 1990, which was 35 years ago. You know, it's not that long ago. This was from the era of Chrysler. A lot of Mopar guys would like to forget, but I won't let them forget. Oh no. We're gonna bring this one back. Obviously, after 35 years of sitting, it's not just gonna be a turn the key and go. It's gonna need a lot of, I don't even know. We can do this together. Denise. I think we found the name for the car. So, first of all, Alpine stereo from the 80s. That's worth like half as much as I paid for the car, along with the realistic stereo frequency equalizer. That's probably also worth some money. And actually, you know, it's really not bad. Obviously, the headliner's falling down in classic Chrysler fashion. I just sent dust everywhere. Nice. The shifter's falling out of the floor because there's no floor for it to attach to anymore. So, yeah, the dash isn't cracked though. East Coast, baby. Our floors rust out, but the dash is not. So, you know, that's an even trade-off. Yeah, electric trunk release. It's the future. Air conditioning as well. Like, this thing actually, you know, I mean, sitting here, it's not that bad. When I got it, there was water sitting in the floor because the door seals are bad. So basically, most of the rust is in the floor panels, but the actual frame down there doesn't look too bad. Absolutely no brakes, which is understandable. These use cable clutches, so that's actually perfectly fine. And the throttle's sticky, but it works. So yeah, there's really not a lot to this interior. Underneath here, we got a fuel tank that is completely filled with gas from 1990. That's gonna be great to deal with. I wonder if it's still flammable enough to maybe start it on. Probably not. Witness what horsepower looks like. Oh yeah. Nice hood prop, Chrysler. Just bend the shit out of the hood. Why'd they put it over there, not in the middle? Whatever. Anyway, electronic control system. It's got a electronically controlled carburetor, which we just love those. They always work great. And pretty original in here. Like, you know, it still has the AC pump. It's pretty unmolested. The brake reservoir actually still has fluid in it, so I think our lines are probably still holding fluid. I don't know if I trust them to actually stop the car, but anyway. So right now this thing's stuck on the trailer with 4 flat tires. I'm not even gonna mention what it took to get it on the trailer. And like 2 of these wheels are bent, so unfortunately I can't reuse them. The lug pattern is 4x100. Now what else was 4x100? The E30. You know what survived the fire? The E30's wheels. I went ahead and had Walmart mount the cheapest tires they sell on them. Wouldn't be my first choice style-wise for something like this, but the wheel that's free is the wheel for me. Luckily, these wheels are already trashed. There we go. Oh yeah. We're already cooking, we ain't even started yet. I bet these will look better black. We'll have to do that at some point. Bro, are those reps? If you're broke, man, just say it. This lug nut is totally rusted out. That's a new one. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need an extractor for that. There's part of it. How does a lug nut rust that bad? It's like, it's become part of the wheel. All I wanted to do was change wheels. It's a simple task. Okay, fine. Oh, shit. There, it's off. Eat a dick. These rotors look fantastic. Oh, that's rusted off. And the CV boot, I think, could use replacing, in my professional opinion. Oh no, it's the same shit on this side. What kind of bum-ass lug nuts did Chrysler use? It's 2 of them this time, yeah. Add wheel studs to the list. Hey, there's some rust. Ooh. Yeah, that's the good stuff right there. That shifter hanging down. Oh, dude, there's no floor left in this thing. It's all rotted out. Rears come off. These rear shocks have spring extenders on them. I wonder if they were just trying to stiffen it up or if the rear sagged or what. I mean, it's ghetto, but it works, I guess. Dude, those are rear wheels. You should have been more careful. This thing's turned orange, but if you rub it, it actually turns red again, so I have to polish this at some point. How do those hydraulics still work? Those never work. They don't work on brand new cars. Friggin' Suspa had it figured out in the 80s. Oh yeah, this old ass Firestone tire. That looks cool. Why don't tires look that cool anymore?
You want to confirm on those?
4M in YAVAPAI County.
Trying to get this thing off the trailer, but I can't because it's in gear. I can't get it out of gear because the shifter's broken. Alright, we're in neutral. Okay, so since the shifter is dragging across the ground, when I push it forward, it puts itself back into gear again. Nice. Okay, I tried and couldn't get it back into neutral again, so I've resorted to holding the clutch down with a jack handle. Fine. Even with the clutch pressed down, it still rolls forward for a while and just stops. Why? Oh shit. Wow. That broken lug stud is stopping the wheel from turning. Alright, well with a set of vice grips on it, it turns. So alright. Can I please get this off of the trailer?
Copy 278 northbound, Grantham.
Okay, it has round wheels and it's off of the trailer. That was way more work than it should have been. Holy shit. Ah, that's great. Yeah. We had a big ice storm and a bunch of trees fell. So, yeah. That's really good for it. It's a pretty good sized limb too. Don't be broken. Okay. I think we're okay. I mean, why can't we just boycott winter, dude? Just get rid of it. We don't need it. This didn't fall on that. That'd be way more expensive. Whenever you're looking for a good place to park your car, remember to look up. Anyway, so I got the finest battery money can buy, so I'm gonna plug this thing in and see what happens. Okay, I'm gonna just set this right here. The horn works! Ah, shut up. Where the hell's the horn at? Take care of you. Ah! Oh, I unplugged you. Is there a second horn or what? There is a second horn. Shit. Is there a horn fuse in here somewhere? We've got random wires running out of our fuse box. That means a professional's been in here. Maybe this is the horn relay? I don't know. Must have been. What happens if... Oh. Okay. Well, it beeps at you. That's good.
This was left of 10 for available. Returning.
It's making a lot of noises. Sounds like a dying rat over there. Good.
And Pleasant Valley, Willow Creek and Pleasant Valley. 4 vehicles involved.
Yeah, anything going on in here? I don't see any smoke. That's a whole ass dead mouse right there. Play us some dubstep. Oh, it's such a good noise. I love that. So good. I don't think our 80s Alpine stereo works too good.
962 Willow Creek Road and Pleasant Valley Drive.
I see. I think this was a good purchase. I like this. The lights work? No. What about the headlights? Headlights work. Shut up. Damn. The hatch release work?
2 vehicles that are involved, including
Okay, so anyone who's even remotely familiar with starting these engines that haven't ran in years, we pour ATF down in the cylinders. Not only is it a lubricant, but it also is a really good cleaner. So if the rings are stuck, it'll free them up. Or at least that's the idea. This is the Jeep all over again. There's vacuum lines everywhere. Well, judging by the spark plugs, The cylinders aren't too rusty, so that's a good sign. So before we put the new plugs in, we need to crank it and get that ATF out of the cylinders. Now, usually on an engine that's been sitting this long, you have to worry about the lifters and the valves sticking and pistons hitting valves and all that, but these are non-interference engines, which basically means none of that matters. So I'm just gonna hit the key and see what happens. Okay, nothing happens. Oh. There it goes. Crank it a little bit more. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh, and by the way, the clock works. Look at that. Okay, now we can put the plugs in. Oh yeah, wait. What about oil pressure? I didn't even think about that. It has some in it, so I'm assuming this has an oil pressure light. However, it has absolutely no coolant temperature gauge, like whatsoever. Chrysler basically just said, if it's smoking, it's hot, okay? What do you want from us? We're Chrysler in the 80s. We'll give you a clock. That's important. You gotta tell what time it is, but not how hot your engine is. Great. Anyway, I guess they figured by the time the coolant system fails and you blow the engine up from overheating it, you'll just buy a new car. I don't see an oil pressure light anywhere. Okay, so we can't know if we have oil pressure either. Nice. Well, if the cam has oil on it, that means it made pressure. Cam's pretty dry. I do know how to make it make pressure though. It just involves some work. I will go ahead and put the plugs in now since we're done with that. So since this thing is seemingly not building any oil pressure, what we can do is remove the timing belt and access the oil pump drive directly and build pressure that way. And like I said before, these are non-interference engines, so if the timing belt does break, you know, it just kind of goes and stops running, but we still don't want that happening. And that timing belt is made of rubber and it's been sitting since 1990. These are really tiny brakes. From what I understand, the brakes were very good on this car even when it was new.
Braking makes us white with fear. It's a shame too. This is not our way of how to provide a merry-go-round for the local orphanage. So much tailspin just doesn't make sense. Back on the plus side.
Granted, although the brakes are tiny, that thing weighs 300 pounds more than this car. This car weighs like 2,300, I think. Like, that's a purpose-built sports car, and it weighs 300 pounds more than that. Like, what is this thing made of? Or not made of? But just look at the size of the brakes on the RX-7. They're like double the size. This junk wheel ought to make a good jack stand. I think there might be a hole in my shower curtain. Is that a sea urchin? What the hell is that? You gotta go. Later. I think Chrysler might have been into bondage. Look at all these belts. Holy shit. Oh, that's leaking. Good. Doing an oil pan gasket sucks on these things because it's like impossible to make seal. Ah, shit. I forgot you have to undo the motor mount. Ugh. I'm just gonna cut it for now. Here's that oil pump drive I was talking about. So basically we can just spin this a bunch of times and turn the oil pump and pump oil through the thing. Hopefully I can actually spin this thing fast enough to pump oil. I didn't have much luck getting the oil pump to pump, and since this oil pan gasket's leaking anyway, we might as well just drop the pan and investigate. Also, the reason I already kind of know what's going on with this thing is because that blue car over there has the same engine. Obviously this one's been modified slightly, but yeah, I'm kind of seasoned with these. I don't have a drain pan, so we're just gonna try to get it straight in the bottle. In the bottle, please. In the bottle. No, that's not the bottle. No. Okay, catch it with your hand, do something. That is thick oil. What was this guy running? Might have been why we were having issues with oil pressure, because this oil is turned into tar. This pan's been out before. I can tell because there's RTV slathered all over the gasket and there's no cork. So yeah, I'm guessing they did what I always do, which is try to put it on with the gasket by itself. It leaks, so you put it on a second time and just slather the shit out of it with RTV. Yeah. That was a good time to check the rod bearings at least. Dude, That's terrible. You hear this? I was not supposed to do that.
7928, negative 29, valid identification card only.
Oh. All right, let's see what the damage is. Okay. I mean,
Last unit,
it's worn out, but it's not like super scorn or anything. And the crank journal looks good, so that's good. Hopefully the rest also look like that. This is gonna make the 4th car I've changed the rod bearings laying underneath before. I've done it on the Ford, the Sentra, the Sundance, and now the Charger. I'm incapable of buying a car with decent rod bearings. So considering we couldn't build oil pressure, and also considering the rod bearings are worn out, I don't trust this pump. So we're gonna replace that. So looking in the thick layer of sludge in this thing, there is some bits and chunks, but it seems to be either bearing material from the rods or plastic, which I'm not sure where the plastic would be from, but yeah, I'm not too concerned. Okay, so years ago, I took the oil pump out of that car and replaced it with a Melling, just because. Since I don't trust the pump that's in this car and I know this one works, we're just gonna throw this one in. Okay, the new pump is in. I'm gonna go ahead and wait for the O-ring to come in as well as the rod bearings. I'm curious to see if we're gonna be able to pull any gas from that fuel tank. Yeah, I'm not getting anything out of here. Oh no. I just cut the return line and it's just plugged. It's like solid inside. It's like one solid rubber tube at this point, which means all of the steel line all the way back to the tank and inside the tank is completely clogged. Nice. This passenger side door was perfectly aligned, but now that it's sitting on the frame, ooh. Oh no. Okay, so apparently the newer style pumps like this one have a larger hole for the pickup tube. So this pump actually isn't gonna work, unfortunately, so I'll have to order another. Okay, so we're waiting on a bunch of engine and fuel system parts right now. So in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and remove the seats and carpet out of this thing and see just how bad the floor is. It's bad. I can already tell you it's bad. Found a bag of papers under the seat. They bought some kind of gasket at Napa in 1985. Go the extra round. $4 rebate or belt buckle on Remington 500 round rimfire long range cartridges. Or if they'd actually give it to me if I mailed this in. This guy was shopping at Food Lion in 1985. These seats unbolt from the bottom. That's kind of interesting. They just used like regular old wood screws to screw this seatbelt thing to the seat. Mopar or no car?
Zachary Lane and Camberry for 17.
This seat bolt won't come out, it just free spins. I fixed this little yellow generator. I don't know if it's gonna have the ass to work the angle grinder or not though.
Available to handle debris for District 14, 223 northbound I-17. Northbound 223 I-17. Think there might be bags of food.
Neither of these are coming out. Love that. Kroger Dollar Days. Buttermilk or 1% low-fat milk, 2 for $3. Oh, dude, got the corn flakes. 99-cent Pepsi. Everything on this piece of shit is sharp. I think I found why the Alpine stereo doesn't work.
Can you turn on your 20?
I'll be in the parking lot of Total Wine.
I see. Ooh, yeah. Nice. This thing is rustier than I thought it was. Weight reduction. Well, here's the most important piece of floor panel. Titanic status. Oh. Well, right here is where your foot goes.
313, you're all static tonight.
Yeah. This is great. Hey, there's the brake lines. Okay, so the carpet was the only thing keeping your feet from going through the floor. The thing has that amplifier and a bunch of big ass wires going everywhere, but all I see are these little blown up speakers. I didn't see a sub anywhere. Okay, so I'm not really in a position right now to fix this floor correctly. So for the moment, we're just gonna get some sheet metal, get the shifter back where it's supposed to be, and patch that big ass hole right there, and probably just leave the rest. Well, on the plus side, it's even lighter now. Got a whole wheelbarrow of garbage removed. So for whatever reason, I had one of the E30's doors out of the shop before it burned down, but all I see is free sheet metal. Okay, so we need like, it's gonna take quite a bit. That's how you patch a floor animal style. Obviously, this is terrible, but terrible is all I have time for right now. So you just gotta have to deal with it. Why is it so cold? So due to Chrysler's infinite wisdom in design philosophy, when the shifter bushings wear out, the linkages fall off and you have no shifter. I can't find the bushings anywhere so far, so what I'm gonna do for now is just put some clips on them and hope they stay. Okay, the clip idea didn't work, so I'm gonna have to try to find these unobtainium bushings. Remember Cars 2 with the lemon car villains? This would be one of those. Okay, so with the shifter reattached animal style, I'm gonna go ahead and go back over to the engine and make a wild guess that this carburetor needs to be rebuilt. So I'm just gonna preemptively do that. There's a lot of shit attached to this carburetor, and I don't know what most of it does.
Tom 411, traffic hazard in front of 800 Grapevine Lane. The pile of building materials.
Well, the EGR hole is completely clogged up. Whatever, just means we don't gotta delete it. So I ordered a new oil pump, but it's not right either. So whatever, I'm over it. We're just gonna put the original pump back. So this in my hand used to be the O-ring that seals the pickup tube to the oil pump. I tried to squish it a little bit, and it just broke into a million pieces. It's basically turned into plastic. I'm thinking that this may have been why the original pump was not pumping. Join me in a dark shed where I'm gonna rip off your fingernail, rebuild this carburetor. So it's actually not bad inside. Like, I kind of wish I hadn't taken it apart now because it would have ran, but oh well, it's out now. I got this new old stock carburetor rebuild kit from 1991, so yeah, that should work. I got some of these things. I can't remember what they're called. Pipe something or others. The idea is I'm going to screw these onto the end of the shifter linkage, and hopefully they will hold them on. Maybe. Alright, well, hopefully that'll hold them on well enough. So the shifter linkage up there is attached, but the shifter, I can feel it going into gears, but it's stuck to the right. It won't come back this way. I think I may have mounted it too far to the left. So, yeah. There is an adjustment right there I can try. This thing is not high up off the ground enough.
Skybridge,
yeah,
hotspot, and signals are coming in great. There's a sort of a digital sound to the audio, but I guess that's what I'm to expect from DMR. Thanks, Marco, for picking me up. Back to you.
This morning for you. I'll definitely put you in my Cura Z log.
It's
I like
really,
to make as many contacts
really
as
loose,
I can.
which makes sense because there's no bushings.
And keep track of the countries and the different states.
I have no idea if it's actually going into any of the gears
and I hope your day is wonderful.
Selecting.
Stay
No idea. I guess we won't know until
JC6 DEA.
try to drive it. Holy shit.
KV2 BIT.
73.
It's like a foot. So the shifter is done, I guess. Sure. Anyway, so the rod bearings are here, so I'm going to go ahead and install these as well as put the old oil pump back.
Yeah, that's understandable. I'm still trying to figure out why this iPad will not allow me to.
Okay, we got 4 brand new rod bearings. Went ahead and put the old oil pump back, so all that will hopefully be good. A mud pit typically isn't the best place to do internal engine work, but it's still probably cooler than Preston's factory was. These 80s Mopars are such turds, and I have 2 of them. Why? I'm undiagnosed with something. Masochism, maybe. The comically small brakes are really visible through these wheels. It's kind of goofy looking. This fell out of the pickup tube. I don't even want to know. Got a new O-ring for the pickup tube, so hopefully this will fix our whole no oil pressure problem.
I got a Coley and do those.
Notice how this oil pan has no baffling in it, so when you take a corner really hard, all the oil just sloshes to the side away from the pickup and you lose oil pressure. Truly masters of their craft down at Chrysler. So we're just going straight to slathering everything in RTD, because these pans do not seal. I don't want to do this twice.
3441 North Dale Drive. Breaking to 74 alarm, go ahead.
But when I take my
old-ass AC
iPad
filter
and attach it to the phone,
alright, hopefully now we can build oil pressure. So I turned the oil pump a bunch of times, and when I listen in the valve cover, I can hear oil running down, so we managed to pump oil. That's good. So now all that's left to do down here is change the water pump, delete the fuel pump, put the timing belt back, and all the rest of the belts
So
back.
I don't know if I'm going to put them on tonight or stare at them and read the instructions.
The coolant's actually still pretty good looking somehow.
That's cool. Well, I think, I don't know if I'm going to have to wait for those tacos. It's home kind of late. Got her massage thing going on or whatever. Her therapy. But, yeah.
So I'm deleting the mechanical fuel pump, not only because an electric pump will work better, but also because it runs way the hell down here, and I don't ever want to replace it, so we're just removing it now. Fuel pump blocking plate, made from the E30's door, of course. Very clean, very tidy. That's one less thing in the way. I'm gonna go ahead and put the timing belt back while I've still got all this room with everything apart. Get all this crud out of the cogs first.
53 is gonna take the Collindale drive. You can send 50 to the Med 2 on Robin.
I'm also gonna go ahead and use the drill to spin the oil pump and really get some oil pumping through this thing.
Good, Johnny. J6B, how was your day?
Alright, now put the timing belt back. That doesn't sound good. The old tensioner is metal, but the new one is plastic. I don't think you can buy the metal ones anymore, unfortunately.
It's a very cool room all day long, doing testing, flirting, talking.
Shit keeps falling onto the bench. So the tensioners on these engines are not spring loaded, they're completely manually adjusted. So basically you gotta like tighten it to the point where you can twist the belt half a turn or whatever. It makes it a little bit more
Have a good one, KO6CD.
Yeah, thank you, boys. 2M0BGK, yeah. Volume's perfect.
And is now vomiting.
2M0BGK.
Alright, copy. Can you have PD respond, please?
Okay, let's try this again. So in my shack, I have 3 permanently mounted hotspots. One for DMR, actually Brandmeister, one for D-Star, and one for TGIF.
Zero this call out and have a swing unit take it.
That's just the dashboard problem.
Thanks very much. All the best. Thanks for coming back to me. I appreciate it. I'm here as Glenn. 2M0BGK, VK Fringe GA, I'll conclude with you, 73.
North 6. Would it be possible to have a patch?
Oh my gosh.
Man. Or the address, see if he knows where his car is.
Also, I finally broke down and bought another one. So I've got Open Shark, which is good, but it doesn't have any screen. So I'm hoping I won't need the iPad. I can just look at the screen on this one.
149.
Just listening.
Vehicles and people that like to have insurance claims. I'll just leave it there.
Golf Juliet, you getting there? I see you, my friend.
So how's the weather up there? You haven't got any fires going, do you?
M7 OHT, are you just lurking in the background? Have you fixed that mobile phone yet?
I know back home
occurred at
they've been getting a severe
Prescott Unified School Bus was rear-ended by another
help
vehicle.
warning to the Canadian fires.
The school dispatch requesting an officer response. 90 students on board as well as 3 staff.
Trying to make come up with a feeling as to whether it's really radio or not.
10-4 advising no injuries.
Arizona going. They got one in Utah, and they got one, I guess, up in San Luis Obispo, which is on the west coast. I don't know if it's called Central Coast of California, but it's between San Francisco and Santa Barbara.
The old band days when we had back in the UK in the early 80s, but yeah, more formal, but still very enjoyable. You? The firefighters need a rest. Everybody needs to be careful. Elements of standard QSO, which we've all been doing for many years, I'm sure, are here on DMR. I'm having a little trouble with my ears and some of the digital elements of the signal, but for the most part, everyone's nice and crisp and clean, so it sounds very good. Thanks, Tom, for picking me up, and 73s to you. I hope to talk to you again. This is Whiskey 7 Delta Golf Juliet.
Take advantage of that.
Uncle Quebec Mike for Whiskey 7 Delta Golf Juliet. Yeah, no worries at all, my friend. Yeah, 73s to you, and many thanks to QSO. Mike 7. Thank you.
Clear from this crash, I'll be en route to the one on Fair.
QS 132.
10-4.
Yeah, when you get that coupon, you might as well treat yourself. KO6 CDD. Surprising, I'm the slowest car on the road. People are passing me like I'm standing still.
Battalion 2, Engine 21, Water Tender 23, Engine 24. This is going to be a structure fire. 10,190 South 2nd Street.
4 BPJ. For radio check.
Hey, pretty quiet. Everybody's doing about 7-0 here. 775. Moving right along.
Thank you so much. Here on Lake Erie, and just wanted to make sure that it was operating properly. Just programmed this handheld with the G77 firmware. So thank you so much for replying.
Well, guys, I'm going to pull into the store here in a minute, so I'll tell you all 73, K6KHO, K6CLZ, 73 from KO6CDD.
Well, thank you again. 73, and have a good evening.
Units for structure fire, 10,190 South 2nd Street. Break Battalion 2. Alarm, go ahead.
Okay, sound like you're probably on vacation. If you enjoy yourself, 250 we said final clear.
Can we cancel engine 23 and engine 24
for a quick below?
22 and rescue 23? Just call and go with additional when all units are checked on.
Howdy, Bob. KO6CDD.
Sam 0110-4.
So be advised, we have a large smoke column visible from station 22.
Copy, large smoke column.
T5XD monitoring.
Yeah, Bob, I broke out the new tent and set it up in the front yard Sunday and tried out my new sleeping mat and then packed everything up and am pretty much ready to go. Just got to pack up my clothes and all that stuff.
Channel for your traffic.
And everything else is all packed and on the cart and sitting in the garage just waiting to be wheeled out to the truck. KO6CDD.
41197.
Yeah, I can tell you're a newbie. You're going to be doing this for the next 3 weeks. No, you're not. I'm just kidding. I've got all my stuff still in the shed, still in this yak sack, but it should be good because I checked everything out before. I put everything away. I didn't take the tent out and totally clean it and air it out, but I kind of do that when we're leaving. So everything should be good. I'll just go through it all and go through some of the meal things. Sounds like you got some good. I always bring some Mountain House just in case, because 1 year, I don't want to scare anybody, but 1 year we did have a hurricane coming up, and we just left the island early, which was probably good. But we would have been fine because it didn't even hit that was Hurricane Hillary.
Of that house.
Yeah, I've got a Mountain House and Peak 2. They're all sitting there in a box, just waiting to be drug out there and thrown in the pack. But other than that, I'm pretty much situated and ready to go. I'm just trying to figure out what clothes I'm going to take.
Ford F-150, southbound on Willow Creek, not maintaining lanes. Correction, now a delay of 30 minutes.
Well, you're in luck. It's actually clothing optional, so if you don't want to bring any clothes, picture Lori right now. If you don't want to bring any clothes, no, it's not clothing optional. It's a national park. You got to have respect for Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah, just, I always bring way too many clothes, so do what you want, but, a pair of shorts, a pair of pants, maybe some thermals, definitely some kind of sandals, flip-flops, or something like that just, you don't need to wear hiking boots the whole time, and t-shirts, maybe a t-shirt, and maybe a cut-off, no-sleeve shirt, just in case. It's never really hot out there. It's never been hot, because you're in the middle of the ocean, so it's like maybe 75 at the most, but it's got a nice breeze, and sometimes wind. No, you got it together. What about the beer? What's beer? Are you bringing any beer? I'm going to bring some of these Cayman, they're vault beverage, so it's like the Cayman tequila, or no, they're not tequila, Cayman margarita stuff cans. So they're kind of fun. We'll maybe have a couple of those too.
Arizona plate, William, 4472.
Well, I've already got a bottle of Jameson sitting there that I'm bringing, and I don't know, I'll probably bring maybe a 6-pack of Guinness or something. I don't know, I haven't decided on that yet. But my crew's ready to go. I'll put some stuff in there for us.
1020 West William, 4472.
You do some housework. Good on you, mate. It's great to hear you, Michael. And, yeah, I haven't been on for a few days anyway. And it's nice to hear your melodious voice, Michael. Okay, mate. I'll 73 Studio, look after yourself. Nice to hear you from Gilmore Street in Folsom, Pennsylvania. Cheers, mate. Good to hear you, okay, Michael?
Assisting us around for structure fire 10,190 South 2nd Street.
GAP.
Is offload, like I said on the phone, I think, to one of their complimentary ice chests just to get you over there, and then you can put your ice and stuff back. So that's a really big secret, or not a secret, but a good hint, or things you can do where you can get your ice over there. If you got a 10-pound bag of ice, put it in one of their coolers, and then they won't complain.
568 shows negative 29 valid on a 2019 Chevy Express school bus.
We've got a nice sunny day here in Sydney, Australia, and it looks like going to be a nice day.
Go ahead.
Okay, Michael, I'll let you go. 7 degrees, mate. KC2GTF. This is VK2GAP signing. 7 degrees, Michael, mate.
2004 Point Air Grand Prix.
And, let's see, I think when we get out there, either it's been Adrian's birthday. I know Rick was one of our regulars, and he's not going this year, but I think Adrian will be coming up maybe on Wednesday or so. And so, yeah, we'll, I'm going to do a special addition to the Outdoor Net this weekend. I've been kind of waiting for a week or two out, or 3.